You're live on YouTube, Madam Chairman.
Very good. Thank you, Ryan. Well, welcome everybody, and I will call this meeting to order of House Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Committee of the 66th Wyoming Legislature. And I would ask the staff to please call roll. Very good. Thank you, Ryan. Well, welcome everybody, and I will call this meeting to order.
Okay, Madam Chairman, Representative Banks.
Present.
Representative Haroldson.
Present.
Representative Hunt.
Yep.
Representative Jennings.
Here.
Representative Knapp.
Present.
Representative Newsom.
Here.
Representative Sweeney.
Here.
Representative Winter.
Here.
And Madam Chair.
Present.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome committee members. I think this is the first time we've actually seen each other in one virtual room, so to speak, all together in one place. So it's good to see everybody. I also welcome members of the public and members of the executive who are here to testify before this committee today. Before we do begin, I would like to just briefly allow each of you to introduce yourself. We have 3 newly elected members of the Wyoming House of Representatives, and I think it's important that the public get to know each of us. So I will start, and then I'll just run down the list of your names if you guys are prepared to do that. My name is Jamie Flitner, and I'm the new chairman of House Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources. I hail from House District 26, which is northern Bighorn County and a slight portion of eastern Park County. I have served on this committee. This will be my 3rd term, and I have served, besides TRW, I've also served on education, and I will be leaving education this term and also serving on labor and health. And so I'm happy to be here as your chairman. Representative Banks, you're up next.
Thanks, Chairwoman Flitner. Yes, my name is Chad Banks. I represent House District number 17, which is in South Central Sweetwater County and a good portion of Rock Springs. I'm a lifelong Wyoming resident. Been here, our family's been here for about 5 generations, and I'm really looking forward to my first term in the House.
Very good. Congratulations on your election. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeremy Haroldson in Platte County, House District number 4, born and raised in Wheatland, Wyoming, and right on the Front Range. We're known for many things, but probably mostly known for our wind. So we've had a lot of that this year, it seems like, but very excited to be able to serve the state in this role and be able to be a part of TRW and just be a part of the process. So I'm very excited to be able to do that. I am married, have 2 children, and I pastor a church here in Wheatland, Wyoming.
Very good. Thank you. And congratulations on your election. Representative Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. House District 30, the lower part of the southern part of Sheridan and the eastern part of the county. 6 years, this is my 4th term. Enjoyed the opportunity to serve here.
Thank you, sir. Representative Knapp.
Thank you. I'm Chris Knapp from Campbell County. I represent District 53. This is actually my 2nd term. I was appointed for the late Representative Roy Edwards. And so I have served in the 65th legislature, now the 66th. I look forward to working with everybody on TRW and glad to be here.
Thank you, Representative Knapp, and congratulations on your appointment. And yes, Representative Edwards, I served with him on this committee, as did Representative Newsom and Winter, and we all know him very well, and we miss him very much. So we appreciate you stepping in to serve. Thank you. Representative Newsom.
I'm Sandy Newsom. I serve House District 24, which includes West Cody and west all the way to the state line. My district includes the north part of Yellowstone Park. And so travel and recreation and all that we do in this committee is near and dear to my heart. I spent 6 years on the Wyoming State Tourism Board, And I just think that tourism is a bright spot in our state right now, and we need to do everything we can to support it.
Thank you. And you and Representative Haroldson and Sweeney, you guys can arm wrestle for the highest wins. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Pat Sweeney, House District 58, which encompasses the northern part of Casper, the city of Casper, bar none, Edgerton, but not Midwest, out towards the airport, including the airport, and a whole lot of territory and a bunch of antelope. This will be my third term. First 2 terms I spent on labor health, and the other committee assignment has been my first term was corporations, and the second term was revenue, and continuing on with revenue along with Representative Jennings, which good to see you again, Representative, from this morning. So anyway, look forward to conversations and have great interest. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. And last but not least, Representative Winter. You're muted.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm John Winter. I'm in House District 28, which includes all of Hot Springs County, portion of Bighorn County, portion of Park County, and Fremont County. And this is my second go around in TRW and agriculture as well. So I'm proud to be here, and I look forward to working with all you folks.
You as well. Thank you, sir. All right, so if you're new to the process, and I'm sure you've been through all of this, you new people in all of your trainings, but just a reminder that when we are in this committee, you direct all your questions and your responses to me, directly to the chairman. And we do that just to maintain decorum and make sure that that conversation is between the speaker and the entire committee, and between the speaker an individual member of the public who's here to testify, and also just to make sure that we avoid personalities and comments of personal nature. So that's a reminder to us. And then also committee members, just another reminder to make sure your microphones are muted unless you're speaking, but please have your cameras on at all time. And if you need to take a break prior to my announcement of a break, just give me a heads up and we'll take a 5-minute break or whatever. But we treat this just like we are, like I said, sitting in our committee room in the Wyoming Capitol. And members of the committee who are here, or the public rather, who are here to speak, you can view this via the wyomingledge.gov website. And if you're there now, then you know that you can view it just via YouTube, or if you plan to testify, you have to click the Testify tab. If you do not plan to testify, then we would ask that you not click that tab and just do the View Only tab, I believe is what it is. And when you are ready to speak, members of the public, at the bottom of your screen, you'll see there is a virtual raise hand tab. If you'll just raise your hand, then either myself or a member of staff will allow you into our committee meeting, so to speak, so that you can provide testimony. But just keep in mind that there's a delay with the YouTube feed. So when you do come on to testify, make sure that your YouTube is muted so that there isn't any interference. And I think that's about it. Staff, I'll ask you, is there anything that I might have missed, Ryan, that I failed to present here at this point? I may have lost our staff.
No, thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that's good. I was wondering if Representative Hunt had a chance to introduce himself.
Did I not ask Representative Hunt to introduce himself? Oh, thank you so much. Representative Hunt, last but not least.
No, no worries, Madam
My
Chairman.
apologies.
I was already rambling, so
I skipped
no, no
over you.
worries. But no, thank you, Madam Chairman. I am Hans Hunt, and I represent House District 2 from Newcastle as my hometown, and we family ranch is about 15 miles south of town. But anyway, the district covers the south part of Weston County, including Newcastle, and then all of Niobrara County, which of course is Lusk, and then most of North Goshen County down to the skirting around the city limits of Torrington. But first time being on the TRW committee, and I'm a recovering chairman of the Ag Committee the past couple terms. So happy to be here. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
We are happy to have you here as well. And again, I apologize. I don't know how I let that happen. All right, then. Well, I think we've gotten all the formalities out of the way, and I think that we can proceed. So before us now, we have House Bill 58 for our consideration. In essence, this bill would allow state parks to spend more of the money that they garner from the sale of their permits to go towards operation and maintenance and administrative costs of their outdoor recreation areas and their facilities. And at this point, I would like to invite Director Westby to come into our committee room, and I will promote him to a panelist. And the other very important rule that I forgot to mention is that you have to have a lot of patience with your old chairman here, obviously. Director Westby, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Flitner. I would also, if you don't mind, I think I have my deputy directors, Dave Glenn and Nick Nalen, in the waiting room. If we can invite them, that would be great as well.
Very good. Bruce. Did I get everybody? I think I got Dave. Where is?
There they are.
Okay. You got them both in? There they are. Perfect.
There they are.
All right, Director Westby, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Chairman Flitner and TRWCR Committee, Darren Westby, Director of State Parks and Cultural Resources. Chairman Flitner, would you like, I'd like to turn this over to Nick Nalen to kind of give you a reason why behind the bill, since majority of this committee, minus a couple of you, are new. We can kind of walk through the why we brought it up in the interim and why the previous committee chose to pass it out of committee. And then if you'd like, I can kind of walk you through the short bill and then turn it back over to y'all, if that works for you.
That works for me. Thank you.
I'll go on mute and turn it over to Deputy Director Nick Nalen to go ahead.
Okay, Deputy Director Nalen, or should I call you Senator Nalen? Isn't that what you went by? Or,
Madam Chairman, my Senate days are behind me, I think.
Okay, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, my name is Nick Nalen. I'm a Deputy Director with Wyoming State Parks, Historic Sites and Trails, as well as the Office of Outdoor Recreation. We currently have authority to spend 100% of the self-generated revenues that we accrue on capital construction projects within our system. In 2015, we were granted the authority to spend not more than 25% of those funds to address maintenance issues within our system. In 2017, after some additional budget reductions, we asked for the ability to, and we're granted the authority to use up no more than 30% of those funds for maintenance within our parks. Since initially being granted this authority, we make every effort to stay true to the not more than language, not only to be fiscally responsible, but because every penny that we spend of that 30% on maintenance in our parks is less money that we have for construction projects, both new construction and maintenance of existing facilities. In phases 2 and 3 of the governor's recent budget reductions, our general fund allocation was reduced by an additional $1.1 million and 20 positions. In order to avoid facility closures and additional personnel reductions, we are in support of this bill, which allows our agency to increase the not more than number from 30% to 60%. And importantly, changes the definition from solely maintenance to operations and administrative costs as well. The passage of this bill will enable the agency to continue our efforts, offering the best products in the industry, as well as expanding what we have to offer as we continue to try to increase our impact on the state of Wyoming. Without it, we'll have to go back to the drawing board to determine which parks and sites would need to be closed to compensate for the budget reductions. We take great pride in our products and in the quality of our products. We feel a responsibility preserving both our cultural and natural resources within the state. I think we do an excellent job of doing that. And we continue to work to enrich lives and improve communities throughout Wyoming. We believe that we'll continue to serve as a leader in the growing outdoor recreation industry as it continues to grow in importance for the state of Wyoming. And I would add that we have had as I'm sure you've heard before, we've had a banner year in Wyoming State Parks. Our attendance is up nearly 40% as people continue to enjoy our facilities. So we're more popular than ever, and we have more needs than ever before. So thank you for allowing me to speak to you, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Committee, questions for Deputy Director Nalen? Representative Banks.
Thank you, Chairman Flitner. Just a quick question. At the very beginning when you started, did you say you are allowed to spend 100% of the revenue, or did I mishear that introduction?
Madam Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Representative Banks, yes, sir, that's correct. Currently, we can spend 100% of our self-generated revenues for construction projects. Within that 100%, we also have the ability to spend 30% of those funds on park maintenance needs.
Follow up, Representative Banks. Okay. Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Deputy Director, you said that the last time that the 30% was it raised to 30%, that was in 2017, and what was the percentage prior to that?
Madam Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Representative Hunt, prior to that, it was 25%. So the initial ability was for 25%, and after some additional budget reductions, it was raised to 30%.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, please. So if there was only a 5% increase the last time this was addressed, and we're going now from 30 to 60%, is that a larger jump to accommodate for the inclusion of the administrative and operational costs as well as the current existing language?
Madam Chairman?
Deputy Director.
Representative Hunt, that's correct. But and additionally, we've had some significant budget reductions on top of that. And so in order to continue to meet our obligations, continue to serve the people of Wyoming as we have been with the same quality of service, with the greatly increased numbers of people we have, that's what's behind the increase, the requested increase from 30 to 60%.
Thank you. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One question I do have, and one thing I just want to make sure of, I know you said you have a greatly increased number of people. Are you still going to be covering, and I know we had this conversation the other day, but are we still going to be able to cover the capital cost for the capital building costs. So I know that it's going from 30 to 60%, but will there be enough in that 40% window to still cover the new and improved buildings that you're looking at putting on these facilities?
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Representative Haroldson, we believe that the answer is yes, and that there's no point in continuing to expand our facilities if we can't maintain what we have already. And so we believe that we have enough flexibility within that remaining 40%. And again, I think it's important to note that as we did with the 25% and the 30%, we have great respect for the not more than language, and we try to keep it underneath those percentages, as we will continue to do with the not more than 60% language if the bill is passed.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, so thank you for that answer, and I agree. And I like that you don't have to always use the ceiling, and I appreciate that. And I do agree that if we don't have the staff, it's no use to have the facility. And so I thank you for that. And has there been, sorry, one last question. Has there been like a projection report put out as far as the number of people that we expect to see in 2021 and years out, so we can get kind of an idea of what these monies may look like?
Madam Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Representative Haroldson, we had an increase of about 1.4 million visitors last year, roughly, between 35 and 40%. We had a little bit of a reduction in our historic sites because they were closed for some time, but we fully anticipate the same number of people, if not a greater number of folks, in 2021. It's a little hard to predict beyond that with COVID, but for the coming year, we certainly predict a similar amount of people.
Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ryan, can you tell me what, not having served on this committee prior, what were your reductions fiscally and personnel in these cuts that have already come through? Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Deputy Director.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Representative Jennings, in the most recent reductions in phase 2 and phase 3 was a little bit more than $1.1 million and 20 positions.
Representative Jennings, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So if we go from 30 to 60, which is quite a jump, are we anticipating bringing back positions?
Deputy Director.
Madam Chairman, Representative Jennings, that would be wonderful if we could bring back positions, but I don't believe that is likely to happen. We could certainly fill more of our seasonal positions, our TPO1 positions, if this bill passes.
Committee, further questions for Deputy Director Nayland? Director Westby?
Madam Chairman Flitner, and if I could just pop back to Representative Jennings' question about will this be going towards personnel? I think Deputy Director Nayland talked about us having the ability to utilize it for seasonal positions. I believe and I don't have the language directly in front of me, but I think it states in the bottom of 36.4.121H, it says, no amount shall be expended for additional full-time employees or increase in salaries or pay overtime for full-time employees. So our intent is not to backfill full-time employees. Our intent is to have the ability, the way the bill reads, and I'll get into that, and I'm probably jumping forward just a little, but I need to make sure that there is no misconception that we are looking to make this 30 to 60 jump to hire more full-time FTE positions. Right now, we are looking to balance what we have in maintenance versus operations. So just for an explanation, we have some people that can go out and clean the restrooms and mow the grass, but we cannot use these fees right now to man the fee booth or to sit in the office and take reservation phone calls and adjust that, and or our law enforcement program. Those are not considered maintenance related items. And so part of this bill is to give us that flexibility to not only take care of our maintenance needs, but also be able to hire staff to actually operate the park outside of the maintenance side of the house. And so Representative Jennings, I hope that adds to what Deputy Director Nalen was talking about on that. And just clarify that we're not looking to utilize this bill to bring on full-time employees.
Director Westby, can you remind us how many facilities you're looking at statewide that would be impacted if this bill were to go into effect?
If the bill would or would not go into effect?
Would. I mean, I'm just, how many do you oversee within your?
Thank you, Chairman Flitner. We have right around 40, 41, 42, depending on the size of park or site. Deputy Director Nalen, you have the exact number on your hand.
Madam Chairman, Director Westby, it's 42.
42.
Okay, very good. Committee, do you have further questions of Director Westby before we proceed? And I guess at this point, we need to ask before we actually go any further with you, but Director Westby, oh, and I'm sorry, Dave Glenn, did you feel like you needed to add any more to this conversation at this point?
Madam Chairman, they've done a really good job covering it. Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, we, at this point, if there are any members of the public that would like to testify to this bill, Ryan, I can't tell who's here for this bill. It looks like we've got a lot of people that are waiting to testify, but if you know of anybody in particular that wants to speak to House Bill 58, if you'd let them in at this point.
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody with their hand up. So if attendees would do wish to offer public comment, if they could raise their hand using the yellow hand in the lower part of the screen.
All right, I'm not seeing anybody. Ryan, are you?
I don't, Madam Chair.
All right then. Well then, committee, what's your pleasure?
Madam Chairman, if you would like, I can walk through the bill, the changes, or do you think we've already done that enough? Well,
I think if anybody has anything, I think it's pretty clear where the new language is, and unless the committee if anybody isn't confused on anything, Representative Winter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. This may have been covered already. If it has, I apologize. I've been running around here, but Director Westby, do you know, can you give us a figure as to how much you've been cut by the governor at this point in the process?
Chairman Flitner?
Yes, sir.
Representative Winter, with steps 2 and steps 3, the budget that was reduced in this last round was $1.1 million and 20 positions. And that's 3 full-time positions and 17 part-time positions.
Representative Winter, do you have a further question? Okay.
Madam Chairman, what was step 1 though?
Chairman Flitner, Representative Sweeney, step 1 was what the governor put in place back in the spring of 2019, or 2020, I'm sorry. That was the halt, the freeze of the positions, halt any expenditures larger than 100,000 without approval. He also asked us to slow all of our spending just to try to help with the cash flow issue that we were experiencing. That was step 1. Step 2 was the first 10%, and step 3 was the second 5 to 10%.
Representative Sweeney, do you have a follow-up question?
No, thank you.
Representative Hunt?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To that point on the governor's current cuts, and I apologize if I didn't catch this earlier, but the 3 full-time positions, were those physical layoffs, or were those positions that were currently vacant at the time they were slashed?
Director Westby.
Chairman Flintner, thank you. Representative Hunt, those 3 full-time positions that were reduced, fortunately, they were vacant at the time. We had 1 engineering position, 1 construction position, and 1 curator position up in Douglas. And I'm only talking, our reduction is not agency-wide. I'm just talking about state parks right now, since this bill is only reflective of the state parks division. So.
Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director. So 3 full-time vacancies, 17 part-time. So if we go and we increase this 100% from 30% to 60%, how many part-time people will this bring back on?
Chairman Flintner.
Yes, sir.
Representative Jennings, thank you for that question. It gives us the 17 part-time positions that were eliminated were positions that were at some previous reduction multiple years ago. They eliminated the general fund out of those part-time positions, but did not eliminate the positions themselves. So they're sitting there vacant and only $0 in them. And so the budget department and the governor's office and I decided that we might as well just clean them up right now. There's no reason to put more positions out there if I don't have any general fund to go towards them. And what we have with the part-time position, they're called TPO positions. They are temporary positions that we utilize as part of our seasonal part-time positions to be able to double and triple fill if we have the budget. And so we grow from 161 total year-round employees for the agency now. And then we grow another 150, 160 throughout the summer months to help facilitate the operations of our business. So what this could do, if we choose to operate them with or fill some positions with seasonal positions with this funds, it's all going to depend on need of where we need. We run the risk at all times of not being able to fill positions because of the climate in which we're in. This year, normally we're trying to beg people to come to work for us. This year, we had even a harder time to come work for us in the middle of nowhere. Glendo State Park, which is our probably largest park that we've seen throughout every year, this year we were only able to hire 1 seasonal employee up there because of what was happening with the unemployment checks that were being issued by the federal government. So I'm not discounting those people getting that money because it really helped the economy for sure, but those are the people that we were targeting for seasonal employment at our state parks, and unfortunately we're not able to hire people. And so everybody there worked a significant amount and really hard to keep that park and all of our system running because of that. So this would operate in that line of being able to hire individuals. We're not looking to skyrocket our hourly wages. We're still focusing on different ideas about in certain areas where we have a hard time recruiting, such as Glendo, as well as I believe Seminole State Park. We're issuing or building a dormitory for our staff housing, so we can try to entice those individuals to come work for us and have a place to live when it takes a difficult way to get to live in an area around a state park.
Okay, committee, further questions? Representative Jennings, do you have a follow-up question?
Follow up, Madam Chairman.
Go ahead.
So Director, so if I'm understanding this correctly, the 17 were part-time position vacancies that we eliminated. I'd still be curious to know how many people you're anticipating that you might be able to hire if we do this. And secondly, Am I also hearing that this would allow you to pay higher wage for hourly employees?
Chairman Flitner, Representative Jennings, it does not allow us to just randomly raise our hourly wage. It does, I mean, we're going to have to pay what the market will bear for our employees to get people to work for us, for sure. But we are super conservative in what we pay people, to our own detriment. But we definitely work hard to try to ensure that we can get people to come to work for us, whether it be seasonal maintenance people, seasonal fee operators, seasonal law enforcement officers, or the state park rangers. So no, we don't have carte blanche just because of our own budget that we have to work with. And then you have your question about how many can we hire. I couldn't tell you the exact number of seasonal employees that we can hire, but again, that's a conservative operation that we'll have to look at to see what we can afford. And what Deputy Director Nalen was talking about, we don't want to, every penny that we spend to put towards operation is taking away from capital construction and improvement dollars. And so we got to balance that to ensure that we're not getting upside down with that as well, to ensure that we are fulfilling the needs of our consumers with what they are requesting on a yearly basis as to either new campgrounds, new electric sites, better or replaced toilets, improved roads, better boat ramps, better boat docks, all those services that we provide. We get told annually what our consumers need. Just like any business, we research the market and our consumers to ensure that we're staying relevant to what their wants, needs, and desires are, and then work really hard to ensure that we can provide that at a fair price.
Okay, very good. Committee, further questions? All right. Oh, yes, Representative Haroldson. And then we'll need to step this up, you guys.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It does say at the end of section 1 that no amount shall be extended for additional full-time employees or increases in salary or overtime pay for full-time employees.
Right. Thank you. All right, then, Director OSB and Deputy Director Nalen and Dave, we appreciate you guys being here, but if you could stand by just in case we do have further questions. But at this point, committee, what is your pleasure on this bill, House Bill 58? Representative Newsom?
Move the bill.
Move the bill. Do I have a second? It's been seconded by Representative Sweeney, moved by Newsom. And all those in favor, vote by saying aye, or raise of hand.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
This is Ryan. We'll need a roll call vote unless there are any amendments.
Well, let's walk through it real quick first, guys. So on page 1, it's fairly self-explanatory, and we move on, and assuming there are no amendments there. Moving on to page 2, you'll see beginning on line 7, that's the insertion of the new language and deleting the 30% to the 60%. Then moving on to lines 9 and 10, it strikes out the word of and adds administrative and operational costs associated with, and the rest of that is existing statute. And then this is effective immediately upon completion of all acts necessary for a bill to become a law. And do I have any amendments? Any further questions from the committee? All right, then. Ryan, if you would please call roll.
Madam Chair, the vote is on House Bill 58. Representative Banks.
Aye.
Representative Harrelson.
Aye.
Representative Hunt.
No.
Representative Jennings.
No.
Representative Knapp.
Aye.
Representative Newsom.
Aye.
Representative Sweeney.
Aye.
Representative Winter.
Aye.
Madam Chair.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-2.
Very good. Director Westby and group, I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Flitner. And we currently have a white paper that we put together. Would this committee, or at least those that are going to be carrying it on the floor, like some of our notes to help assist with that? We'd be more than happy to share those.
I would appreciate that, Director Westby. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And is there anybody on the committee who would be willing to work this on the floor? Representative Newsom? Okay. Well, we can discuss that later on, but yes, Director Westby, if you'd send that information, that would be terrific.
We sure will. Thank you.
I'll let Ryan or Katie help you guys out of the room. Thank you. All right, then, moving along. Does anybody need a break? Are we all good? Okay. Our next bill for our consideration is House Bill 59, Public Health Emergencies Immunity Amendments. And this genesis of this bill, in which we worked through the interim, was to provide a level of immunity from civil liability during a public health emergency, also known as our global pandemic that we are all living presently. And there was concern specifically from the business community about civil liability. And we had a couple of options, and this is what we moved out or voted out of our interim work. And as you can see, you probably, I don't know if you see or not, but we have a number of people who are here to testify on this bill, I believe. And I'm going to let Ryan or Katie let those people into our room as they have raised their hands to provide testimony. But before we do that, before we take testimony, does the committee have any questions just at a glance on House Bill 59? Very good then. So Ryan, if you would please just introduce who each person is who will be testifying before us. And I would just remind the people who are here to testify, there's a large number of you. And so please, if you would, keep your comments succinct. And if somebody's already said what you wanted to say, then you can just let it be known what your position is. And we'll go from there. So thank you. Looks like Cindy Delancey is our first person to provide comment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. Mr. Frost, would it be permissible for you to let Mr. Cave in with me so we can co-present, please? Thank you. I believe Mr. Cave is coming in now. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for the opportunity, and members of the committee. While Mr. Cave is joining, my name is Cindy Delancey. I'm the president of the Wyoming Business Alliance. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity to speak with you today on this very, very important topic for the business community. As Mr. Cave is coming in, I wanted to say a few words about him and his role in this conversation. For those that don't know Mr. Cave, he is one of Wyoming's attorneys, as I am as well. Mr. Cave practices with the law firm of Holland and Hart, and I have reached out to him to seek his assistance in coming up with legislative language for your consideration that really covers our bases for the business community. Mr. Cave spends his days and nights and weekends working on these types of cases, and really is on the front line of seeing trends in litigation, and lives and breathes this area of the law. So I thought that he would be an excellent resource to help us get this right and balance all the competing interests that I'm sure you're going to hear through the discussion and come up with something that works for Wyoming. I'm not sure if I see Mr. Cave. Oh, there he is. Okay, so with that, again, I just wanted to make a couple opening comments and then turn it over to Mr. Cave, Madam Chairman, with your permission. And businesses really has been through a lot this past year. If we only knew last March what we know now, maybe things could be a little different. But the business community has acted extremely diligently on trying to follow federal guidance, state guidance, local guidance. No one wants to see any members of the public get sick. No one wants to see any of their employees get sick. But as you know, we're shooting at a moving target, and sometimes there's a need to have a little bit of certainty, especially when it comes to litigation. We heard a little bit over the summer about discussion on this topic occurring at the federal level. Those conversations have since subsided. So it's really up to the states now to act in this area to be able to give businesses the type of narrow liability protection during a public health emergency that's needed. I don't know if any of you have been involved in a lawsuit, but you're probably going to hear that this is not necessary and Wyoming people don't sue about this. The number of cases that have been filed in Wyoming since we met this summer has expanded about 100%.
Ms. Delancey, if I can interrupt you for a minute.
Certainly.
Representative Hunt, I believe, has a question for you.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I just, not necessarily a question for Ms. Delancey yet, but I just wondered for the new members if either you or a returning member of the committee could quick present the bill before we jumped into public testimony. But I either, however you'd like to go about that.
Okay, committee, what's your preference? We can go over it real quick. Okay, let's do that. And Ms. Delancey, I apologize for interrupting. Sorry.
No apology necessary, Madam Chairman. I'm going to turn things over to Mr. Cave to walk you through with your permission. I think that he could walk us through a little bit quicker than I can.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cave.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Ms. Delancey. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll simply walk through the bill, and of course I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 59 on behalf of the Business Alliance. What the bill does, beginning in subsection A, is to create an actual immunity on behalf of any person or entity for civil liability for any acts or omissions that cause another to be exposed to or to contract the disease on which the public health emergency is declared. So it starts out by generally creating a broad immunity. Very importantly, it accepts from that immunity exposures that result from gross negligence or willful and wanton misconduct. That exception was in the original statute even before the special session last year added some modifications to the statute. And that is an exception that the Business Alliance supports. This is not intended to protect bad actors, people who don't follow the rules, who don't take reasonable steps to protect their customers. So the first section, section A, creates the blanket immunity with the exception of gross negligence and willful and wanton misconduct. The last sentence of section A, the last sentence of section A focuses on the pleading that would be required to bring a lawsuit alleging exposure by a business or entity or person. Under that section, if adopted, the person who brings the lawsuit would be required to state with particularity the acts or omissions that constitute the basis of the action. And by way of background, currently, if you file a lawsuit under what we call notice pleadings, all you're required to do is essentially plead it at a very general level. I came to your business, you were negligent in how you operated your business. As a result of that, I've acquired COVID-19 because of coming to your business. That's not far off of what you would have to plead in order to state a claim for negligence. What this bill would do is require a more specific pleading of sort of the who, what, when, where facts that give rise to the claim. In other words, the person being sued, the business being sued, would not have to guess or figure out what allegations are being made about the date, the time, the place, the people involved. That would all be required to be included under the stated with particularity requirement. That is a standard that applies right now in our current set of law to things like fraud claims. If you're going to sue somebody for fraud, you have to state those allegations with particularity. That's the same standard that this bill would require for COVID negligence claims.
Okay.
Madam Chairman,
Representative Sweeney, did you have a question?
on section A that you're currently on, at the beginning of section A, line 2. So in the way this is structured, we've taken out specificity to healthcare and just done a blanket. Is that the concept here?
Mr. Cave.
Madam Chairman, Representative Sweeney, yes. The concept is to expand it to any person or entity.
Follow up, Representative Sweeney.
No, thank you.
So Mr. Cave, if you would like to move on to B, or D rather, page 3.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Subsection D limits the immunity to those claims that are that claim exposure to the thing that's the subject of the public health emergency. For us, of course, it's COVID-19, but this is a general statute that would continue in case there are subsequent public health emergencies. But it's got to be the declared cause of a public health emergency before the statute will apply to claims. So it doesn't go beyond what we're dealing with as a pandemic. Subsection E defines one aspect of when the immunity would apply, and that would be when the person or entity is in substantial compliance with federal, state, county, municipal ordinances or public health orders or guidance. So one way in which you can take advantage of this immunity is to prove that you are following the instructions. I don't read section E as being a limit on section A. I read section E as being a vehicle, an additional vehicle through which you can take advantage of the immunity. Section 2 and 3 are important to, I think, read together as I read the bill. Section 2 applies to civil actions that occur on or after March 13th, which is the date the public health emergency was declared, alleging that acts or omissions caused the person to contract the disease. Section 3 says that this will be effective upon completion of all the acts necessary for the bill to become law, but together the immunity that would be created by House Bill 59 extends back to events occurring from March 13th, 2020 forward. So it is a retroactive application of immunity, and we believe that's a very important aspect of this, simply because the statute of limitations for wrongful death in Wyoming is 2 years. The statute of limitations for negligence is 4 years. We're now nearly a year into the general pandemic and 10 months into the public health emergency. So we don't believe it's appropriate to create a 10-month window that's not covered by this immunity while we create an immunity going forward. So with that, Madam Chairman, obviously we're in favor of this, and I'd be happy to try to answer any other questions.
Further questions of Mr. Cave, committee? Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Cave, I have 3 questions, but you answered one of them on the retroactive. So I have two questions here that are a little troubling to me, because I'd like to support this. I'd like to give our business people support and protection. I think we should do that. But I find that there's a lack of definitions as I'm reading through the even the statute, the 35-4-14. Can you define what constitutes an epidemic, a pandemic, or just an outbreak? Part of what's used in here is in that statute 114 is highly fatal infections. So, is there a definition here? I mean, what is considered a highly fatal infection? And then question number 2 would be, or would you rather Madam Chairman, that he'd answer one and then I have a follow-up.
I'll let you follow up. Mr. Cave?
Madam Chairman, Representative Jennings, House Bill 59 doesn't really undertake to define the underlying cause of a public health emergency. It simply relies on the declaration of a public health emergency, which has to occur by the governor's pen. Nobody else can do that. And so it triggers the coverage of the civil immunity once there is a public health emergency that's declared by the governor.
Follow up, Representative Jennings?
Yeah, on that question, but then I have another question, Madam Chairman.
Okay.
So do you have an issue with this not being defined? I mean, it's very vague here. And if we don't have a definition of this, boy, it looks to me like it's an open-ended question here as to what that health order might look like. Do you see an issue with that?
Mr. Cave, sorry.
Madam Chairman, Representative Jennings, I don't, only because the statute that defines public health emergency, and I'll try to pull it up as we're talking, requires the governor to declare it and then to declare that it's been completed. So that statute, I believe, defines public health emergency, at least with respect to some general way, as you noted. So yes, we're relying on a governor stating that a public health emergency exists, and that's the way the statute has always been framed since it was adopted, I think, in 2003.
And Representative Jennings, you said you had another question?
Yeah, Madam Chairman. So on page 3, starting in lines 15, now I'm going to move to another area of vagueness. So it's consistent with any federal, state, county, or municipal statute. I get that. That's fairly defined. But then we're into regulation, ordinance, and the one that really is the most troubling is health guidance. So I might have a doctor that say, my health guidance is don't do this. And another doctor might say, oh yeah, you must do this. So if we're bringing statute down to the level of enforcement or non-suing against, don't you feel like that's terribly vague to go to health guidance? I mean, that could be, I could tell somebody my guidance is don't do this.
Mr. Cave?
Madam Chairman, Representative Jennings, the statute is public health guidance, and the purpose of that particular phrase is to recognize that the Centers for Disease Control, the CDC, has been the primary source of guidance for many of our businesses over the past 10 months since the pandemic came into being. And many of our businesses have been relying on exactly that kind of public health guidance to make decisions about how they engage in business. So from the perspective of the Wyoming Business Alliance and its members, relying on things that are sub-regulatory sources of guidance is a very important part of this protection. If we couldn't prove that we're entitled to immunity by relying on CDC guidance, which is public health guidance, we'd be in a situation where a lot of what we've relied on in the pandemic doesn't help us in defending a claim under any measure. So that's the language. The public health guidance language is intended to recognize that CDC guidance and also guidance from our own state Department of Health.
Thank you. Representative Hunt, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I apologize. Just I'm trying to get caught up here. With this bill, where does this bill precisely come from? I mean, I know we're sort of tailing off the issue that was brought up during our special session last May, but was this an interim issue assigned to the committee, or did this come from elsewhere, Madam Chairman?
Representative Hunt, it was part of this committee work during the interim, but I do believe it was brought by a former member of the committee. I believe Senator Driscoll initially brought this to our attention. Cindy Delancey, do you have something to add to that?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, committee members. These are wonderful questions. And if you will allow me, Madam Chairman, I'd like to jump back to Representative Jennings' questions, if I could just kind of walk through those and then take Representative Hunt's question if possible.
Sure, you can be
Thank you.
as brief as possible.
Yeah, certainly, Madam Chairman. So in response to the questions from Representative Jennings, I just encourage the committee to not confuse the two issues that's happening here. This bill takes effect once a public health emergency has been declared by the governor. This bill doesn't address how that becomes, that's a whole nother conversation that I know others will want to take up at some point. This is just a jumping off point that once that ink is dry on the executive action to declare a public health emergency, that's what triggers the immunity protection for businesses during that time period. This does not in any way impact how the decision is made to declare a public health emergency. It just gives that certainty of liability protection during this very narrow window of time to our businesses to be immune from frivolous lawsuits coming their way. The second question related to the guidance, this language, in addition to what Mr. Cave has added, Representative Jennings, was specifically crafted to be as inclusive as possible. I think we all have seen how things have changed, wear masks, don't wear masks, social distance, stay home. There's a lot, as this situation has evolved, the guidance and the recommendations have evolved too. And so the hope and goal of having that language in there being as broad as possible affords businesses maximum protection to be able to demonstrate that they have followed any one of these things and have acted reasonably to take steps that they thought was in the best interest of their staff, the public, to make sure that they were able to avoid any kind of negligence or exposure. Moving on to Representative Hunt's question, this topic was also assigned to Judiciary Committee. There is another bill out there that the Senate Judiciary will be taking up tomorrow, actually, that has had input from many as well. We just don't feel that bill goes far enough. Just like we deeply appreciate the efforts from the special session, but really, I think we skipped an important step of this conversation, and Madam Chairman, I do my best to be brief, but the whole heart of this issue is litigating good faith becomes ultimately a question of fact for a jury. So when you, as a defendant, as a business owner in Wyoming, are named in a lawsuit, there really is no procedural mechanism for the court to be able to weed out those cases that are considered, meritless, or allow those cases that have merit, that are gross negligence or willful wanton conduct to go forward. So you are financially committed to defend yourself through a very long and expensive process to be able to get to whether or not you acted in good faith, which is the current language that is in the special session statute that was passed then. So that's what this is really seeking to clean up. And yes, the members of the Guides and Outfitters and Senator Driscoll brought this back to TRW with the hope of maybe continuing to have another alternative for the larger body to act upon to protect our Wyoming businesses. Thank you.
Cindy. Before we go further, I would like to recognize Dr. Alexia Harris. I apologize, you've been sitting here, and I thank you for joining this committee. At this point, do you have some comments that you would like to share with us?
Madam Chairman.
Yeah, the floor is yours, Dr. Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Allie Harris. I'm the State Health Officer at the Wyoming Department of Health. I also have with me today Dirk Dykestel, who is the Section Chief of our Health Readiness and Response section. So hopefully he will be able to join as well. We just wanted to express our concerns about how this bill would decrease the scope of immunity from liability specifically for healthcare providers. This bill would limit the liability granted by this statute to only acts or omissions that would cause another to be exposed to or to contract the disease for which the public health emergency is declared. However, for healthcare providers, there are scenarios in which immunity from liability when following public health guidance during a public health emergency would be important for reasons in addition to causing somebody to be exposed to or contract the disease. Our public health guidance, and it has during this pandemic, involves guidance for healthcare providers in assessing patients, in testing patients, sometimes guidance for treating patients, infection control procedures, and if needed, guidance on how scarce resources can be allocated. So a healthcare provider could follow our public health guidance, but potentially be open to liability for multiple reasons that aren't necessarily exposing someone to or causing somebody to contract the disease. A very important example of this would be in situations where scarce medical resources need to be allocated. So these situations occur when there aren't enough resources such as beds, ventilators, medications, even healthcare providers available to provide life-saving care for all patients who need it. We have thankfully not reached this level of crisis in Wyoming during this pandemic, but if it were to happen during this public health emergency or another one, the Department of Health would release guidance on how healthcare providers can allocate these limited healthcare resources to preserve the most life. Healthcare providers with the extremely difficult task of implementing this guidance need immunity from liability in this situation. And our understanding is that the way this bill is written, they would no longer have that. As I'm sure you all know, this statute was originally written to provide immunity for healthcare providers who follow public health orders and guidance in these difficult situations. The department does not have concerns with expanding immunity to businesses or other entities that are also following public health guidance, but we are concerned that the changes in this bill will leave healthcare providers without the full scope of immunity that they might need during public health emergencies. So our suggestion would be to leave the language in 35 for 114A unchanged for healthcare providers. And then if further clarification is needed for businesses, potentially addressing them, in separate sections of the bill. And I will stop there and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Representative Hunt, do you have a question for Dr. Harris?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Dr. Harris, might you know a little bit about it? Is there any history prior to the series of health orders and so forth that have been issued over the past year in relation to COVID? How frequently does the state health officer issue a public health emergency, and how many times has that been used in the past, not since forever, but in the past 20, 30, 40 years?
Dr. Harris, before you reply, if I could remind the committee to please mute your microphones when you're not speaking. Representative Jennings, I believe yours is on. Dr. Harris?
Madam Chairman, thank you. Representative Hunt, not often. I am not aware of the last time a public health emergency was declared in the state of Wyoming. The last pandemic was, of course, the 2009 pandemic influenza outbreak, but that did not rise to the level of a public health emergency, and one was not declared.
Follow up, Representative Hunt?
Thank you. Yes, just briefly. At the local level, at a county level, can a county health officer declare a local emergency if there's, I guess my thought is, if there's a local E. coli or salmonella outbreak and you can trace that to somebody's specific salad bar or whatever, is that a scenario that comes into play with this bill and with this language?
Dr. Harris?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Representative Hunt, my understanding of the statute is that only the governor can declare a public health emergency in which, this bill would then be applicable. Certainly those types of smaller outbreaks, happen a lot, and we do issue, recommendations from both the state and local level. But my understanding is that a public health emergency as referenced in this bill can only be declared by the governor.
Representative Sweeney, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. First off, thank you, Dr. Harris, for everything you've been through and what you've done for us. So I'm a supporter. So what you're saying is For the medical community, we haven't, by expanding this, we've actually maybe made it too broad and not specific enough to cover healthcare providers basically under different sections. And am I understanding you correctly?
Madam Chairman, thank you. Representative Sweeney, I think almost the opposite. I think again, the department doesn't have concerns with it in expanding this immunity from liability to entities that are following, public health guidance as much as they can. But I think in doing that, we've accidentally potentially limited the liability that's available to healthcare providers by making the immunity only applicable when someone either causes somebody to be exposed to or causes somebody to contract the disease. I think an example that could demonstrate is earlier in this pandemic, there was a medication that was authorized by the FDA called remdesivir that was available to treat severely ill COVID-19 patients. It wasn't thankfully the case in Wyoming, but in other states, they had more hospitalized and severely ill patients than they had medication. And so states had to issue guidance for how healthcare providers could allocate that scarce resource. And some states did it by a lottery system, is my understanding, and some states did it by, you use this medication for the most severely ill patients. So you could imagine a scenario in which a provider did not treat a patient with a medication simply because there wasn't enough medication. Potentially the provider could be subject to liability for not treating that specific patient, but they were following public health guidance in order to preserve, the resources in the way that most benefited the public. And so in that case, a provider wouldn't necessarily have exposed someone or caused someone to contract the disease. They weren't able to treat the patient, but we still think that provider should be immune from any liability arising from that action.
Follow up, Representative Sweeney?
No, thank you. That really helped. Thank you.
Committee, further questions for Dr. Harris? Representative Hunt?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Dr. Harrison, I apologize. I don't mean to split hairs or anything, but as pertains to the language where it says, we're saying that the disease agent or toxin, are we strictly talking about viruses, bacteria, and other biological agents, or could that extend to, in some way, shape, or form, some other contaminant or some other, poison or toxin? I guess I'll just to throw out a couple of examples, like the pavilion water issue. I mean, just hypothetically, if that were something that were to cause enough people to be ill as to declare a public emergency, or radon, or something to the effect that there's some sort of chemical or some sort of gas that's coming up out of the ground that's causing a whole community to become ill. Would that apply here, and could that scenario prompt a public health emergency?
Madam Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Representative Hunt. Yes, I believe that those types of scenarios could potentially fall under the definition of a public health emergency if, there is a sufficient amount or potential sufficient amount or substantial amount of death, morbidity and mortality that could occur. And so I think obviously there is some judgment involved in when a public health emergency is declared. Obviously there are implications for things like federal funding when public health emergencies are declared. But yes, I do think something that's not particularly an infectious agent spread from person to person could result in a public health emergency.
So Dr. Harris, then do you have a particular section within the bill itself where you felt like language could be changed to provide that immunity that you referred to your healthcare community, or do you just really hate the whole bill in its entirety?
Madam Chairman, thank you for that question. We don't hate the whole bill. We think that, if there is immunity from liability that can be provided for businesses that are really trying to do the right thing, and follow the state and federal public health guidance, we definitely don't have concerns with that. What we were thinking could potentially be a solution, what is to keep A the way it is written right now, but potentially just refer to healthcare providers. B and C then also refer to the boards of medicine, et cetera, that deal with healthcare providers in emergencies. And potentially, if we need to create this specific language for businesses, and I'm of course not, an expert in how liability for businesses work, but potentially then you create, 3 different sections, specifically having to do with immunity from liability for entities that other than healthcare providers.
So Mr. Cave, if I could bring you into that question, can you please explain to the committee why it was that language was stricken from subsection A?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Having listened to the prior committee meetings regarding the bill, as the bill was worked by the committee during the interim, I don't believe there was any intent to exclude healthcare workers from the benefits of the broader immunity. Listening to Dr. Harris, I think I understand the source of her concerns based on the breadth of healthcare provider activity. So I think this is just one of those situations where when viewed through a different set of eyes, there's a concern about the impact or an unintended consequence of the proposed bill. I agree with Dr. Harris that the easy way to fix this is to take the proposed language in House Bill 59 for subsection A and create it as its own subsection B, perhaps. Leave subsection A as of the statute as it is, if that's what the intent was, or as it was changed by the special session, I should say. And then you've got both things that were accomplished, or you've certainly got the broader business immunity that's intended by House Bill 59, as well as preserving whatever healthcare provider immunity was provided by the original statute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cave. Committee, questions for Mr. Cave or further questions for Dr. Harris? Okay, I thank you, Dr. Harris, for being here. You're welcome to stay in case there are any questions that might arise. And you as well, Mr. Cave or Cindy, but I think you can be brought back in if you'd rather not sit here. And Ryan, if we have somebody else, I guess James Johnson, are they in terms of order of who've raised their hand first? I'm assuming, Ryan, that they are in order of having raised their hand. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that's my understanding. We do have a number of people here who want to offer testimony. So I believe Mr. Johnson was the first to raise his hand. Would you like me to bring him in now?
Yes, please. And I would just remind those who are here to testify that the hour is now 2:50. And we have a number of you that would like to speak. So if you could be succinct in your testimony, please. Mr. Johnson, I don't see you yet. And it looks like while we're waiting for Mr. Johnson to get teed up, maybe Sheila Bush will be on deck, and Eric Boley, you are in the hole. And if you've ever been a rodeo performer, you know what I'm talking about. I still don't see, I see Chris Brown, but that's, did we lose our, well, Ryan, should we move on to Ms. Bush?
Certainly, Madam Chairman. I don't know, I believe I promoted him. I'm not seeing him in the list now. So if he's listening in, he can certainly join back in and I'll bring him in. But if you want to go to one of the other folks wanting to offer testimony, that's great.
All right. Ms. Bush, you are on.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Sheila Bush. I'm the Executive Director for the Wyoming Medical Society. Much of what I was going to share with you, Dr. Harris also shared. And so I don't want to take too much of the committee's time repeating that. We would just offer that we're very open and sympathetic to the business community concerns and recognize that that was the intent of this bill. We do urge caution in changing that section A and would echo what Dr. Harris offered in terms of keeping that and the necessity of doing that to maintain those protections that were afforded the healthcare community, and then potentially expanding them in an appropriate way to further protect businesses. I also have language from surrounding states, North Dakota, South Dakota, as well as Montana, have all taken up this issue and have gone further in protecting healthcare providers. And so if that is an interest of the committee, I don't want to take your time now if that's not in sort of in the purview or the appetite of what we want to discuss today. But I do have that language and I'm happy to share it and eager to, in fact, as this process continues. But for purposes of today, we really would just echo the testimony that you heard from the Department of Health and Dr. Harris in having a strong support of keeping those protections that were afforded to healthcare providers and the way that language was written. And then further expanding it, we would be in support of, we want everyone to make it out of this the best they can, but just do want to be really mindful of the importance of that language as it's written today and the protections it affords.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bush. Committee question for Ms. Bush? Okay, thank you. Oh, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So Sheila, in your mind, is as part of the process, is this salvageable, or is it going to take lengthy amendments to get over the hump here?
Madam Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Sweeney, I wish that I could answer that question. I sure hope it's salvageable. Really good people have put a lot of work into this, and I want to be really respectful of that. I can only speak to the importance of maintaining the language that is there now. I can't imagine that those wiser and smarter than me can't create a new section that opens up extended liability for businesses, and we would be in support of that. So I think salvageable, it's absolutely, but we do want to leave the language in A as it's already in statute.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney.
Follow up to that on dating it back to, I think in the bill, it refers back to a date in March. Do you have thoughts on that? If that's adequate in your mind, or should we take it back to January of 2020 or?
Ms. Bush.
Madam Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I think that's up to you. I think our preference would be January of 2020, and that is what I believe both North and South Dakota have put in their bills that are inside of their process is January of 2020. If this bill is more palatable moving forward with it in March, I don't think that that's a great source of heartburn for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chris Brown, did you cut in front of somebody? I see you have entered the room. And so do you have a comment at this point for this committee?
Madam Chairman, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Certainly no intention to cut in front of anybody. So if that was the case, unintentional. But good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Chris Brown, representing the Wyoming Lodging and Restaurant Association and the Wyoming Travel Industry Coalition. And we stand in support of this bill. It's no secret that Wyoming's hospitality and tourism industry, which is our state's second largest, has faced immense challenges throughout the pandemic. And when I have spoken with owners and operators across the state, they've reported being down in year-over-year sales anywhere from 20 to 50% in many cases. We greatly appreciate the work that was done during the special session to strengthen liability protection in Wyoming. But as was mentioned earlier, the onus would still be on small business owners to go to court and demonstrate a good faith effort was made to keep customers and staff safe if they're presented with a lawsuit alleging liability for COVID. Madam Chairman, restaurants in particular, most of which are small businesses, operate on a very thin profit margin, typically 3 to 5% under normal circumstances. And every dollar of sales counts right now. The businesses that comprise our industry cannot afford any additional expenses not directly related to running their businesses. One of the most common challenges, aside from lack of sales, that I've heard from business owners and managers throughout this pandemic has been maintaining enough staff to keep their business open. In numerous instances, Madam Chairman, I've heard of smaller restaurants having to close because staff got infected, resulting in a larger population of employees needing to quarantine, and therefore there not being enough staff left to keep the business open. We've also had to work diligently to make sure that our customers feel safe and confident coming out to dine in a restaurant or stay in a hotel. And I mention these challenges, Madam Chairman, to illustrate the fact that business owners have every incentive to make sure that they are following health orders closely. Staying open and having customers is their motivation. And this bill would, from our perspective, provide a level of immunity that protects those businesses doing their best to keep staff and customers safe. Madam Chairman, I appreciate the committee's consideration very much, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Committee questions for Chris Brown? Seeing none, we will move on. Catherine Wilkinson, or I lost Eric Boley. He was up next.
Madam Chair, this is Ryan.
Yes, Ryan.
Certainly, Mr. Johnson that we had called on earlier has been promoted to a panelist. If you want to take his testimony now, we still have 8 more folks with their hands raised. So if you just want to call them out by name, who you want to call on next, I can let them in.
All right. And Mr. Johnson, is he there? I don't see him on my screen yet. And for the members of the public who are watching, we apologize for our technical difficulties at this point, this early in the game. We'll get this figured out eventually. Still not seeing him. Representative Haroldson, do you have a question?
Sorry, Mr. Johnson wants to turn on his video. You'll probably be able to see him. I'm pretty sure that's what kicks him out.
Madam Chair, I have requested his video on multiple times, so perhaps if you'd like to move to Mr. Boley.
Okay, we'll do that. And
can you guys hear me? Madam Chair, can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Mr. Johnson. Yes, go ahead.
I'm clicking the start video button, but it's not coming up. I'm sorry about that. Tech difficulties, I guess. And I'm clicking the.
We can hear you clearly.
Okay. Keeping this brief, I sent your committee members a piece of documentation this morning, sort of a high-level audits of some data from the Department of Health websites. I realize that the issue you guys are discussing today, as we discussed on the phone earlier, is the immunity issue, but the immunity issue is only being discussed because the health orders issue. Broad orders should have input from elected officials, I personally believe. I personally have nothing against House Bill 59 as it's currently written. You guys have brought up some very good points that I'm sure you guys will iron out. But immunity, as I said, is only being an issue because the orders have been so broad and there was no oversight from our elected officials, either at the state level, such as yourselves, or at the county level, such as our county commission. And while legislators may not have medical expertise, if they're given accurate and valid information, they should be trusted to be able to ratify or overturn those orders that impact a broad scope of our society. The only issue I see with seeking immunity for the businesses is the fact that the only reason we're here is because the orders were so broad and they haven't been reined in by anybody with that sort of legislative oversight capacity, either at the state or the county level. And so I would ask, if possible, with the committee themselves, if they might consider amending House Bill 59 by including the language of House Resolution 56, the Public Health Orders -2 bill, sponsored by Dan Larson. That bill goes into the restoring accountability on these orders. and making sure that the elected officials, either again at the state level, such as yourselves, or the county level, such as the county commissioners, have some input over these orders when these orders are that broad. I mean, obviously there's a difference between shutting down a restaurant for an E. coli outbreak and shutting down the entire economy for an extended period of time without any sort of legislative oversight. So again, if at all possible, I would ask that the committee members consider possibly amending House Bill 59 to include the language of House Resolution 56. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Committee, any questions for Mr. Johnson?
Totally, Madam Chairman, it totally changes the bill title, and I find it inappropriate.
Okay, thank you, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We appreciate your testimony. Eric Boley, you are up next, and I believe Catherine Wilkinson is on deck, and Speaker Simpson is in the hole.
Madam Chairman, I'm trying to start my video. I'm sorry, but this is Eric Boley. I'm the president of the Wyoming Hospital Association and also Leading Age Wyoming, which I represent all the hospitals in the state, as well as about 2/3 of our nursing homes. And I appreciate you taking up this issue. We feel this is very, very important. I also appreciate the testimony that Dr. Harris provided. And I think the thing that we would say is our hospitals and nursing homes have done all they can during this pandemic, and affording them protections from things that are outside their control, from lawsuits, is vitally important. With that said, and we've been working closely with the Business Alliance and with Mr. Cave, I think we're amicable to amending this bill so that it keeps the protections in place for healthcare providers as came out in the special session, but we also believe that it's important our businesses are protected. I believe it was one of your former members, Senator Driscoll, that said during the interim that this is probably one of the most important pieces of legislation that you guys will consider and possibly pass during this legislative session, and we agree with that. The pandemic is something that none of us expected, although we've been warned for years that we could be facing something like this. But it's had a terrible impact on our economy, on our state. It's taken a tremendous toll on our businesses and on our healthcare providers. And so we stand in support of this with the amendments that I think are easy to fix and keep this bill moving forward. And with that, I would just answer any questions, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boley. Questions for Mr. Boley, committee? Representative Sweeney?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, Eric, on page 2, that section A, do you believe that it's as simple as just putting the existing language back in?
Madam Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I believe so, but I'm going to defer to Mr. Cave if that's okay. I think he's got some ideas on how we can make sure we keep that section intact and still build the best protections we can for our businesses.
And I believe Mr. Cave did say that he felt like the inclusion of the original language in subsection A would be sufficient. Is that correct, Mr. Cave?
Madam Chairman, thank you. I think we could do it that way. We could also take House Bill 59 as it's proposed, and instead of modifying Section A of the statute, we could simply cause Section A of the bill to be labeled as Section D, Section B of the bill to be labeled as Section E, Section E of the bill to be labeled as Section F, and then on page 3, lines 4 and lines 12, we would change the reference in the first sentence to subsection A in both places to a reference to subsection D. And that would essentially create the first 3 sections of the statute would stay as is and include all the healthcare provider language that Dr. Harris talked about. And the bill would create 3 new subsections that would be a broader immunity as intended by House Bill 59.
Representative Sweeney?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That's terrific. So thank you.
Okay, very good. Further questions, committee? Okay, thank you, Mr. Boley. Appreciate your testimony. Catherine Wilkinson, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Wilkinson. I'm here today representing American Property and Casualty Insurance Association. APCIA, our members insure small businesses all across the state of Wyoming, and we are very interested in making sure that there is adequate protection for them. We would stand in support of the bill. Madam Chairman, in the effort of being very brief, I would stand for any questions you may have, but we do support the bill.
Thank you. Committee questions for Ms. Wilkinson? Okay, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry. Come back, Catherine. Representative Haroldson, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Real quick, if we were to basically take the verbiage that was added into that subsection A and bring it into a whole new subsection so that we could meet the needs of the health department and their views as well as you guys with the business, would you be okay with that?
Ms. Wilkinson?
Madam Chairman, through you, yes, absolutely. We would be fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney?
Does the insurance industry that you represent have any thought processes as to a date? Should it go back to January 1 or is the March date fine in your mind?
Ms. Wilkinson?
Madam Chairman, the date is a matter of policy. I do know that they have gone back further to January in other states. And I would have to get back with my members on that, but I know that they did not have any issue with the March date. I suspect they would be just fine with January as well. So whatever the committee's pleasure would be, I believe that would be acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Haroldson, you had another question?
Yes, Madam Chairman. Would this not only take effect during a health emergency, and did the health emergency not take effect until March 13th? So I think that might have been where that came in.
Madam Chair, yes, I believe that is the date that it was declared, March 13th, with the health emergency, and that is correct. It would date back to that. So that it would be correct that if that is the date that it stated, that would be the triggering, as I understand it, for the bill to go into effect, because it would have to be declared a state of emergency before those would be triggered, is my understanding, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions for Ms. Wilkinson? Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. I believe up next we have former Speaker of the House, Colin Simpson. Well, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife Committee. I honor all of your work and service to the state of Wyoming and appreciate that and want you to know. I've been there, I know what it's like. And I've been there on immunity issues as well numerous times. I was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee in 2004, I believe, or 2005, when we were told that we would have no more doctors in Wyoming unless we passed immunity and tort reform. And what happened then was the creation of the medical review panel. We didn't lose all our doctors. They were able to still maintain insurance. And I know in the legislature that efforts to achieve immunity for specific groups or organizations has to be looked at with great skepticism, because what that does is eliminate rights. And we're in a circumstance in America today where I believe our individual legal rights are under attack daily. And so I would ask you to be skeptical of grants of immunity. And certainly when you look back at the history of this bill and this act, the legislature did not give blanket immunity to healthcare providers. Under the immunity from liability, what they did was give a qualified immunity, which means that that immunity is tied to something, a condition. And that is what the legislature passed in May of 2020 during the first special session. That's the qualified immunity that's allowed under 35-4-114. And I'm sorry, I do represent the Wyoming Trial Lawyers Association. I'm past president of that association and still on the board of directors and still actively practice law in Cody. And we represent about 325 lawyers in Wyoming, and we believe represent the interest of a great number of individual citizens. But when you look at that individual, just look back at the bill in Section A in House Bill 59 here and what's being stricken. Why is it being stricken? A person, any person, including a business or healthcare provider or other person, including a business or entity who in good faith follows the instructions of a state, city, town, or county health officer, or who acts in good faith in responding to the health emergency shall be immune. That's very broad immunity. If you follow instructions or you act in good faith. So you can be negligent under this statute and still act in good faith, right? Can you be negligent in Wyoming or at fault and say, well, I acted in good faith, so I'm not at fault? Maybe. Rarely, but so the language that is being stricken, then you look at line 8 of page 2, this immunity shall apply to healthcare providers. And I don't really understand the adding another subsection in there. Are you going to grant broader immunity to businesses than you grant to healthcare providers? I don't think that's the idea. I thought it was just the opposite of that. So there was testimony that, so what subsection A does is grant unlimited immunity under lines 13 through 16 for any acts or omissions of the person or entity that caused another to be exposed. No qualification to the immunity, it's a broad grant. Mr. Cave suggests that subsection E defines one aspect of when immunity would apply. It's not a limit on subsection A, but an additional vehicle for immunity. I would push back strongly against that concept, because if you think of subsection E only applying to if you have broad immunity under A, and then subsection E says you also have immunity if you're in substantial or compliance or are consistent with federal, state, or county or municipal statute, etc. That's not how the Wyoming Supreme Court reads statutes. That's not any rule of statutory interpretation. If you read the bill that way, you would have broad unlimited immunity under subsection A, and subsection E would be meaningless. The Wyoming Supreme Court gives meaning to every section of a statute. They say you can't have a statutory section that is meaningless when you interpret it that way. So how do you interpret subsection A to be another vehicle? And why is subsection E? Why is E any better than the language that's in A now? I think it's more narrow. Under A, you act in good faith, you follow instructions. Under E, you have to be in substantial compliance or consistent with. Businesses wanted immunity. The legislature granted them immunity in May of 2020. They've had it for months in its current statute, and it seems to be working. As of yesterday, January 18th, Wyoming had 42,215 labbed confirmed cases of COVID, 7,193 probable cases, and 522 deaths. And so far, contrary to the testimony you heard today about 100% expansion of cases filed in Wyoming, that may be from 0 to 1, because as of Monday, we didn't know of any. So I would find out what that meant, that testimony meant, because I think it's meant to scare you. But even without immunity outside of nursing homes that have a stationary population, causation would be extremely difficult to prove in these types of cases. And especially under the current law of you acted in good faith. I acted in good faith. I tried to follow the health orders and the regulations. But the argument against the current language is, well, that's not enough. There needs to be certainty so you can't be sued. That assumes that every single lawsuit that would ever be filed on COVID would be frivolous. That's not the legal theory that we use in automobile litigation. If you drive a car and you hit someone, they can sue you. It may be frivolous. Rule 11 of the Wyoming Rules of Civil Procedure can deal with that issue, but it doesn't mean that every single case is frivolous. So you have to be careful about how you grant immunity. And I believe that looking at, amending 35-4-114 as the legislature did months ago was a really creative and good way to do that. Then you also have to think about damages in these cases. If 98% of people get well, what are their damages? It's not like somebody who's been in a car wreck and is permanently disabled for life and has huge damages. You might have an emergency room visit and those types of things. People ought to be very concerned about whether or not they have coverage for COVID type relations, even if they get sick. If I get sick, do I have medical payments coverage under some type of insurance that's going to pay that for me? That's a whole other issue. I don't want to get sidetracked there, but I would urge you to be fair and balanced and not tip the scale one way or the other. When you weigh in too heavily on one side, you take away the incentive for people or businesses to do the right thing. And I would strongly urge you not to construe the statute has been recommended to you and not giving any effect to subsection A. And then I think lastly, the standard that you're now going to apply to these types of cases is a standard that's only applied in cases dealing with fraud, where you have to allege the violation with particularity. That language is put in here to chill people's right to sue. I understand that, but and then the burden of proof of clear and convincing evidence, that's not the standard in a civil lawsuit. It is beyond it's more likely than not. You have a civil standard like that, more likely than not, a preponderance of the evidence. You have a criminal standard, which is more reason, or what is it? The criminal standard, beyond a reasonable doubt. And clear and convincing is even higher. So now we throw another burden of proof element into the whole thing. I would urge you to just stand pat where you are with the existing legislation. It protects the people you're trying to protect. I mean, if we're trying to protect outfitters and guides as well, they have protection under the Recreation Safety Act. And wouldn't possibly getting COVID on a pack trip be an inherent risk of a recreational opportunity? I think there's a pretty darn good argument that there is. But really, do you have to just give blanket immunity to people when the risk is very low? So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, obviously on and against the bill, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Committee, question for former representative, former Speaker of the House, Colin Simpson. Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you. Hello, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is, and I'm new to the TOW committee this term, but anyway, my understanding is that there is another bill that addresses this issue in a little bit different fashion that's coming in from judiciary. And so, to the good former speaker, have you, Colin, have you reviewed that bill, and is there, do you have any preference to that over this one, which you have plainly stated you're not a fan of, but is there any I guess what I'm wondering is there any middle ground as to how this might be addressed, if it were to be addressed at all? And is that possible in the format of the Judiciary Committee's piece of legislation that they have before them, I believe, tomorrow?
Mr. Simpson.
Madam Chairman, Representative Hunt, I have looked at Senate File 19 that's up tomorrow in the Senate Judiciary Committee. It's got in subsection A, it doesn't delete all that language. It deletes some, but it uses the substantial compliance with orders. But it also says, or who in good faith follows. So it kind of mixes the concepts there. Consider this in subsection A in the language that's already there. Who in good faith follows the instructions of, or who acts in good faith. Using the term substantial compliance is a different element of proof. If I just have to show I acted in good faith, that's one question. If I have to show that I acted in substantial compliance, that may be a little more vague as to what that means. Good faith means, yeah, I read the orders. I kind of knew what was out there and I did the best I could to try that. Is that substantial compliance? So I don't know. I would just say, I don't know why you'd want to change it just to change good faith to substantial compliance. So Senate File 19 seems to be more palatable because it makes less changes. And it's not as complicated and doesn't bring in those other elements of stating with particularity and clear and convincing and a different legal standard into what's typically just a negligence case.
Follow up, Representative Hunt? No, good. Committee, further questions? Representative Jennings.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Simpson, I actually, Madam Chairman, can I kind of ask this question of you at the same time?
Yes, sir.
So as this bill's unwinding, and I've sat on judiciary for 4 years, maybe Representative Hunt has seen this before also, I don't know. It seems like that this bill, I don't know if it got directed to the wrong committee. It looks to me like there's now elements of health and labor. There are now elements of judiciary in this that are large enough that, and I don't know what the motion is, Madam Chairman, or if we make that at a different time to re-refer this to a different committee that is dealing with these particular items. I understand, and I'm for protecting our businesses as to what makes sense. What Mr. Simpson says, I've pretty well agreed with, but I just, I still want to protect our businesses. This is brought on to them and I want to provide what we can in protection, but it just seems to me like maybe we're somewhere else. Then maybe we could make a motion to re-refer this or something, Madam Chairman. I don't know if that's appropriate.
Committee, do you have any comments on what Representative Jennings has just provided? Well, I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. Definitely, we've opened a can of worms here that's far beyond our purview. And I certainly would be open to a motion if the committee is so inclined.
Madam Chairman, I would make that motion, but I don't know the proper timing. I don't want to step on toes there.
Well, and Representative Winter, did you have a comment or a question, or were you seconding?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I would suggest that maybe we listen to the rest of the public in their comments before we make a decision. I think there's some concerns or some input from the outfitting industry that are coming up, and I just thought might be good to hear that. Thank you.
Okay. We will carry on then. Any further questions for Mr. Simpson? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, Colin, I hope your dad's continuing to heal and recuperate. Do you believe, as I kind of do. I mean, this whole bill does deal with the public health emergency issue. And so if we did eliminate all of the mark out and went back to the original language, in your mind, and I realize that this is from the trial lawyer's side, is there any salvage to this?
Mr. Simpson.
Madam Chairman, Representative Sweeney, thank you for the thoughts of my father is doing very well. I'm happy to report, and I'm sure he would love to testify sometime somewhere. But I'm not sure how to answer your question. I know these issues are very complicated, and when you open one door, or when you go down one path, it opens another door and more questions arise. Immunity is a very difficult animal to deal with, and I've said what I wanted to say about that. I don't think that the changes, those organizations that want more protection are not going to be satisfied unless they get something more. That's my sense. But I think what's there protects everybody fairly.
Follow-up question, Representative Sweeney, you good?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Simpson. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Good luck on your work on this bill.
Thank you. Good to see you. I believe Ms. Penton Jones is our next to speak before the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'll just make a brief statement. The year 2020 started with a bang, and our hotel, which is the Ramkota in Casper, for which I'm the general manager, and it started well for others in Wyoming. Then March 13th came along and events were canceled, travel slowed. We suffered significant losses through the rest of the year and up to today. With that, we also invested in products and practices that would help us to protect our guests and our staff from COVID-19. We received and implemented a 23-page manual of safety precautions from our corporate office, and also worked in cooperation with the health department in an effort to make certain that we were and are in compliance. Protective gear and fogging machines are the new norm, and we know of no guests that have contracted the virus due to their stay. We've had one employee test positive since March, and that was due to exposure with a family member. If we were able to go to court and had to defend our practices against someone who states that they contracted the virus on our property, it would be extremely costly at a time when we're doing all that we can to assure public safety. We can ill afford the financial burden, and I can assure you that we take guest safety more seriously than ever and will continue to do so. I am respectfully asking your support of the hospitality industry and appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Penton Jones. Any questions for Ms. Penton Jones committee? Well, thank you. We appreciate your time here today.
Thank you.
I believe Tim O'Leary is up next. O'Leary?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Tim O'Leary. I'm the Chief Financial Officer with Blair Hotels of Wyoming. Thank you for granting me this time today and listening to my testimony. We own and operate 5 hotel properties in Wyoming. And like other businesses in the country, COVID-19 has caused a major financial impact for us. Revenue was down by a total of approximately 25% for all of our properties combined. One property's revenue was down 90% and another was down 60%. We incurred significant expenditures for COVID-19 cleaning chemicals and equipment. Expenses were in the tens of thousands of dollars. We've received state relief funds to offset these expenditures, and I would like to thank you, the legislature, the governor, and the state for this relief. We employ slightly over 400 employees during 2020. And at the peak period in July, we had 245 employees working at one time. Even though we have had 6 employees test positive for COVID-19, contact tracing did not lead back to the workplace for any of these individuals. All infections came from outside the workplace. We hosted over 100,000 guests without a single guest notifying us that we were responsible for COVID-19 infection. As a matter of fact, we had 2 guests who tested positive for COVID-19 while they were guests in one of our hotels. Contact tracing traced their infections back to their workplace. Since they were transient workers, they had to self-quarantine in our hotel for 10 days. We were able to prevent any further spread of the disease. This goes to show how good sanitizing policy and procedures help minimize the spread of this disease. We have achieved our success because we do follow guidelines and directives. Obviously, at any time we could have a guest become infected at one of our properties, but employees and guests must accept some risk. We should not be held liable when we are taking every precaution we can, and we are making every effort to keep our employees and the guests safe. With decreased revenues, increased costs, we should not have to bear the burden and cost of defending ourselves in a court of law for frivolous lawsuits. Good operators should be able to focus on taking the steps necessary to protect the public and to run their business, not in defending themselves in court. We are in a period of time where major insurance carriers are not interested in insuring hospitality industry properties. This is a result of significant claims on hotels damaged by natural disasters such as hurricanes, floods, and fires. For the last several years, fewer and fewer companies will quote liability and property insurance coverage. Rates are high right now. We have a good claims history and we struggle. This liability bill would go a long way to help our insurance situation. I encourage you to support passage of this bill, minimizing the liability related to COVID-19 infections. Again, thank you for your time today. Stay safe and healthy.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Committee, any questions for Mr. O'Leary? Seeing none, then I thank you, sir, for your testimony today. Thank you for being before this committee. Have a good day. Ms. Sheila, you are our next to testify, and since I cannot pronounce or do not know how to pronounce your last name, if you would please do that, please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's Sheila Furch. I'm the Managing Director of the Wyoming Association, and our members are comprised of companies who operate commercial vehicles, all the way from the one truck owner-operator up to international package delivery members. And we also represent the service industries that serve the trucking industry. I'll be brief today. My members support House Bill 59. We see this as a very proactive way to address some of the vulnerabilities that small businesses face during a public health emergency. I think just to avoid any other questions, we would support efforts to address the changes that have been mentioned about keeping A the same way it is right now and adding the new language into another section. But we do feel very strongly, the industry in general has been supportive of this type of business immunity legislation. As Ms. Delancey said, we were hopeful something would be done at the federal level, but that window has closed. My colleagues are working with coalitions similar to what the Wyoming Business Alliance put together to address this in their own states. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Furch. Committee questions, Ms. Furch? Okay, we thank you for your testimony and your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Magagna, I see you are up next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. Jim Magagna with the Wyoming Stockgrowers Association. And I won't repeat any of the excellent testimony that's been given today on the need for this bill, but what I thought was important was to help you all to recognize that while people in our industry are out in the country in the wide open spaces, they've been less susceptible themselves to getting the disease that's been with us this past 10 months, but they can't live in total isolation. And over this period of time, as we've been contacted by members, a number of whom typically open their lands for hunting and fishing, have agreements with outfitters and guides to bring people onto their lands. Also with regard to just the people that they have to come on, whether it's an equipment repairman or a livestock buyer or a veterinarian, and work in rather unique circumstances on a ranch that don't lend themselves necessarily to applying all of these requirements in quite the same way that they may be applied in a more urban setting. So that they are exposed to this. And quite frankly, our advice to members who have contacted us over the past 10 months has been that the risk of someone coming on your property from a community, a larger area where they've mixed with people and mingled with people, and coming down with the disease and placing that burden back on you to defend yourselves because you've got a large ranch out there, you've got financial resources that may be attractive to people, that risk was not worth taking. So given the current law, our advice to these people in our industry has been to avoid allowing or bringing people onto their farms and ranches to the greatest degree possible. We think that this legislation is the only thing that's available right now for potential action by the legislature that would provide a level of protection against large legal fees to defend themselves against the possibility of being held liable for something they couldn't control, that will allow us to again open our lands more to the public, to those that we charge come onto the land, to those who we need to come on to help us maintain our businesses, that this is a critical piece of legislation. I would simply urge committee support. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Committee, do you have questions for Mr. Magagna? Representative Winter.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Magagna, my question is, were you online listening to Speaker Simpson's testimony relative to the, I guess, the bill that's in Judiciary Committee right now that's supposed to be similar to what we're talking about right now? Do you know if that other bill would suit you folks as well?
Mr. Magagna.
Madam Chairman, Representative Winter, that bill we do not feel meets our needs because that bill places the burden on, in our case, the landowner to defend themselves against very broad challenges that are made without the specifics of how anyone contacted the disease while on my property or what interactions we had. And so we feel that where we're dealing with these very broad open situations, that the open language of that bill simply does not provide the defense against high legal costs that our members might incur that we feel is necessary if they're going to open their lands up as they have in the past to welcome particularly paying public on their lands, but public in general.
Thank you. Follow up, Representative Winter.
Yes, just to follow up, Mr. Magagna, do you think then that we're headed down the right trail on this particular bill, that we can satisfy the needs of the ranching industry?
Mr. Magagna.
Madam Chair, Representative Winter, I think very much so. I certainly have no problem with some of the amendments that's been discussed to separate out the existing language that protects healthcare workers and then include a subsection B perhaps that would include the language for the general business community, the language that is in this bill today. But we feel very strongly that this is the only bill we've seen and the only proposal we've seen that provides a fair and equitable level of protection for our landowner community, that doesn't put a target on them just because they may be a convenient place to go by someone who has contracted the disease, likely somewhere else, but always potentially on these open lands that our members inhabit and occupy and administer every day.
Thank you, Mr. Magna. Committee, further questions? Thank you, Jim. We appreciate your testimony and your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lucas Turner, you are next. Lucas, you are muted and we cannot see you.
Madam Chair, this is Ryan. I don't know what is going on with Mr. Turner here. I've asked him to unmute and turn on his camera. But the next, I just let in Mr. Mark Larson, the next person on the list to testify.
Okay, we'll come back to Mr. Turner. Mark Larson, would you please go ahead with your testimony?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mark Larson with the Wyoming Petroleum Marketers Association and Convenience Store Association. We're the 345 convenience stores throughout the state who we've lost 10 of those stores over this last COVID year. Having a little bit different perspective, we're one of the essential businesses, and I'm not sure that's a good accolade to bring before this committee, but we were required to stay open, and we did so gladly. And we have followed all of the CDC guidelines. We have our own best practices that we established on forecourt cleaning. That's the pumps and all the things that are necessary for our marketers to try to stay out of the sights of the trial lawyers. We have, and I'm glad I got to hear Representative Sensen, Speaker Sensen's testimony, because we have a different perspective. My industry has felt the sting of some of the trial lawyer groups that have gone out to industry and the ADA compliance issues and some other issues. We as business owners are conditioned over time, and I'm sure I'll get some head nods from some of the other business owners. We're conditioned not to go to court. We're conditioned to do settlements. We're conditioned to try to take the least way of avoiding going to court and being drugged into that very costly scenario. I was taken aback by the comment that earlier saying that we were overly protective, saying that causation is very hard to prove. Okay, it still is. We're looking to seek damages, but I really took exception to the comment that said that we want to kill people's rights. I would believe that it should be the rights of good acting businesses should not have to suffer the abuse of frivolous lawsuits brought primarily to seek settlement. That's our issue. That's why we're trying to get a clear and convincing threshold, because we've seen the good faith standard in other states in trying to defend yourself against a group that has no other goal but to cut their losses, have you cut your losses, as we've been conditioned, and seek suit and seek settlement. So, Madam Chair, I apologize for the fervor. I guess I had a nerve hit in previous testimony. We definitely support this bill for those issues, and we think that without having a clear and convincing threshold, we are going to be drugged into court time and time again to prove that good faith threshold that is really only I hate to say it, the Trial Lawyers Full Employment Act. With that, Madam Chair, I'll beg forgiveness and ask for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Committee questions for Mr. Mark Larson? Okay, thank you,
Thank
sir.
you,
We
Commissioner.
appreciate your time and your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we now have Lucas back in the room. He was on a phone line as well, but Lucas, can you hear us? Now we've lost him completely. We'll come back to him. I believe Bill Novotny, I see you are here. Are you ready to provide testimony?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Bill Novotny with the Wyoming Outfitters and Guides Association. Apologize, I've been having to run to another computer to testify before the Senate Revenue Committee, which is a little different than just running across the hall in the connector. Since 1959, the Wyoming Outfitters Guides Association has been the trade association for hunting, fishing, backpacking. We also have some dude ranches, trail rides, all that are our members. We stand in strong support of this bill. We actually were pleased to help in the drafting of this bill with the Wyoming Business Alliance and other very interested entities. I want to push back on a specific point that was made earlier in reference to the Outdoor Recreation Act. That act was created and was never envisioned to provide us with any special protections from a pandemic. We are operating in a business environment that we couldn't have contemplated. The majority of our guests come from out of state. They travel in, which opens us up to possibility of transmission or capturing of the COVID virus when they are not on site in our properties. We operate across multiple county lines. We must remain in compliant with all of our Forest Service permits that impact how we operate. My membership had a very, very effective COVID plan across all of our folks that exceeded industry standards. We had a very successful hunting season. We are we're $100 million plus industry that's part of the $1 billion tourism industry for the state. And without this special liability protection, we are putting ourselves at grave risk as we try to continue to operate in this COVID environment. We are not particularly fond of the bill that will be considered in Senate Judiciary. We believe this is the appropriate action that should be taken to provide our industry with the liability protections that we need when we are engaged in the very best practices to protect our clients and guests as they come to recreate in Wyoming. And we would strongly encourage the committee to move this forward. Certainly, we would like to see you incorporate recommendations from the healthcare industry to protect healthcare workers, but it is critical for my membership. And as a matter of fact, my chairman, Cy Gilliland, who's one of the larger outfitters in the state, couldn't be with us today because he is currently recovering from COVID. But we really believe that this bill is appropriate. We were pleased to move it at the only TRW meeting that was actually held in person, in Thermopolis. And we welcome the new members to this committee, and we hope that you will advance this bill. And Madam Chairwoman, I'd be happy to answer any questions you had.
Thank you, Mr. Novotny. Committee, any questions for Mr. Novotny? Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate your testimony. I see John Johnson. I have a phone number, but I'm not sure. Is Mr. Johnson calling in?
Hi, Madam Chair. This is John Johnson.
Hello, thank you for joining us.
Hi, I'm the president of Johnson Restaurant Group in Casper, Wyoming. And we operate 8 restaurants and 2 retail liquor stores in Casper, Gillette, and Rock Springs. And I just wanted to, I'm not going to drill on this. I think my colleagues, Tim O'Leary and Renee Panton-Jones and Chris Brown, have explained how it's been for the restaurant and hospitality industry this year. And so I just want to let you know that we are in strong support for House Bill 59. I think it gives us the protection we need. And, I think anybody that's been in our facilities can attest that we have taken, that we're following all the health orders to to the fullest extent, and we would like this protection. So I hope this committee would see their way to move this to the floor. And I
Thank you.
stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Committee, any questions for Mr. Johnson? All right, then. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time and your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Katie, I see a phone number on my screen, but I don't have a name.
Madam Chair, we'll work on figuring out who that is.
Okay, all right. So whoever you are, if you are muted at this point, if you'd like to testify in front of this committee, please identify yourself. All right, do we have any further testimony then beyond this last person, Katie?
Not to my knowledge, Madam Chair.
Okay. I think then at this point, we will close public testimony. And committee, at this point, I would ask your pleasure.
Move the bill.
It's been moved by Representative Sweeney. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Winter. Sorry, give me a second here. Okay.
This is Ryan.
Yes,
This is
Ryan.
I believe John Brody from LSO legal staff was going to jump on with a few comments related to the bill. Would now be an appropriate time to bring him in?
Yes, please, Ryan.
Thanks.
How's everybody doing? We'll get through this and then we'll take a break. Hi, John Brody. We see your face. You're muted. There you are.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Where have you been all my life?
Been a long day. There were a few things I just wanted to bring to the committee's attention. They're really just housekeeping matters depending on which way the committee goes. So if I could do that, Madam Chairman, I would appreciate it.
Please do so.
The first thing I would just relate to the committee is that when this bill first came before the interim committee last session, it had a number of legislative findings that were included, and the committee opted to remove those legislative findings from the bill. They're not commonly done in legislation, so the committee decided that wasn't necessary in this piece of legislation. If you look at the first page on lines 1 and 2, there's just a typographical error that needs some housekeeping, and it would be to delete providing legislative findings. So that's really just a housekeeping issue. The other thing I would just say, and again, this kind of depends on how the committee wants to deal with this legislation, but if there are going to be two different streams for healthcare providers and then everyone else, it would probably be best if you keep the language on line 3, page 2, but do not keep, I don't know how to phrase this, get rid of including a business or entity. I mean, if it's only going to speak to healthcare providers, then subsection A should really focus on just those healthcare providers. And then the separate stream that covers businesses and other entities could then speak to only those entities. If we keep it with business, including business and any person and any healthcare provider, it could create ambiguity in the law as to which provision controls under a given set of circumstances.
So John, just to clarify then, if we were to keep subsection A, in essence, that subsection A would speak to healthcare providers. So then on line 3, we would remove including a business or entity from that existing subsection?
Yeah, you know, it's a policy question for the committee, but you may want to go on to line 2 and after healthcare provider, then start getting rid of all that language. So, or other person, including a business or entity.
Okay.
Because if I understood some of the testimony that was before the committee, it's really the healthcare provider that they're worried is unintentionally getting cut out of some of the protections that are provided under this statute.
Correct.
And again, I just offer that for the committee's consideration. I don't know what the intent of the committee is on this.
Representative Newsom, did you have a question before we moved on?
I do. Does healthcare provider include individual doctors as well as their practices as well as hospitals?
John?
So Title 35, Chapter 4 does not provide a definition of a healthcare provider. So what would happen is it would get in front of a court if this were ever to be litigated, and the court would conduct a statutory interpretation as to what was intended by the term healthcare provider. And normally the courts will defer to the plain and ordinary language that's being used in the statute. But reasonable people can disagree. So I guess I can't say how a court would decide this, but I think you can read healthcare provider pretty broadly.
Representative Newsom, did you have another question? No? Okay. Representative Knapp, question for Mr. Brody?
Madam Chair, thank you. John, so I guess I'm wondering, because to me, person and entity does broaden and encompass a lot more, including healthcare providers, because in the state of Wyoming, you're either an entity as a healthcare provider or you're a person as a healthcare provider. And so I'm not sure how including healthcare provider, which doesn't have a definition per se, makes it any worse. But
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess my only response to that is in Title 8 of Wyoming statute, the definition of person includes pretty much anything that you can think of, whether it's a human being or a business or a collection of people, really. So person under the general Title 8 is defined very expansively. The intent of kind of elaborating on the types of things that fall under this subsection A, I guess you can have differences of opinion on whether it's just clarifying or expanding. But I guess I would just say that person generally in statute is defined very broadly.
Representative Knapp, did you have a follow-up question?
No,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Representative Banks, question for John Brody.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a quick question. So lines 2 and 3, if we left that in the original writing of any healthcare provider or other person, including a business, would that not, the way it's already written, already then provide that immunity to all of those folks, to healthcare providers, to businesses, to individuals, to the, really, I mean, it's broad enough, it would seem like that would already cover all of those categories to me.
Could you restate that one more time, Representative Banks? So what would you leave in?
I could try. So lines 2 and 3, if we just left the stricken part, I don't understand why we're striking out healthcare provider or other person. Well, we're not striking out person, including a business. If we just left in healthcare provider, add in that other person, including a business or entity. So those 4 kind of categories, that would seem like it would cover the concerns about the healthcare professionals, making sure that they're covered, and covering the businesses that we want to make sure are covered, correct?
Mr. Brody.
Madam Chairman, Representative Banks, I guess the reason I just brought attention to this is if the committee decided to have 2 different avenues for immunity, right? So the first avenue would be just how the statute is currently written, and that would apply to healthcare workers. And then there'd be a second statute or a second provision in this statute that would be created that would have all the new language, the particularity requirement when it comes to pleadings, the elevated standard of proof when it comes to proving your case, and have that apply to business entities. Then you would need to distinguish between the 2 sections, or you're going to create overlap and potentially confusion for a court and for a litigant as to which provision is going to govern their claim in a tort case. Does that make sense?
Yes. Mr. Representative Banks, does that answer your question?
Madam Chairman, yes, it does. Thank you.
And I don't mean to muddy the waters, but there's some things that I felt were worth raising. The last thing, and this is pretty minor, but it probably is worth cleaning up depending on how the committee goes on this bill. Subsection D on page 3 on line 4, and then subsection E on line 12. Subsection D says that the immunity in subsection A shall only apply to claims, and then it kind of elaborates on that point. And then subsection E says that the immunity provided on subsection A shall apply in this manner as well. So what might be more clear, and this is really just housekeeping as well, is to just have subsection D state that the immunity provided in subsection A of this section shall only apply to. And then in a Romanet 1 and a Romanet 2, we have it apply to claims alleging that actions or omissions, etc. And then you could say, or it applies to any person or entity whose alleged act or omission, as subsection E is stated. And that is, like I said, it's merely housekeeping, but because we say in subsection D that this only applies in this instance, and then in the next provision, we say it applies in this instance too, there's just I think a consistency that we could address to just clean up the bill a little bit. But again, it all depends on which way the committee would like to go.
Okay. Representative Jennings, did you have a question?
Sorry.
It's all right.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So I don't know if this is the proper place to do this, but so while we have LSO here and some questions being asked, I look at this bill, and in my tenure, this bill is not ready for prime time with what all we've opened up the can of worms to lawyers, to health workers. There are other committees, and I don't know, maybe Representative Hunt can chime in here on this. Is it improper to table this or to table it in the motion to refer it? Because I just have a feeling if we take this on the floor, we're liable to get, and I think this is an important piece of legislation. I'd hate to see it go down because we're kind of adding so many aspects to it.
And Representative Jennings, it would be proper for us to table it before Representative Hunt speaks. John, did you have a response to that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, to Representative Jennings, in reviewing the House rules, it looks like there's two avenues that are appropriate procedurally. The first would be for the committee to take no action on the bill. And then the House, the body of the House, could then recall the bill out of committee and then refer it to another committee. Another action would be for the committee to report this bill out with no recommendation and request it be referred to another committee. I guess it's worth noting that, while it wasn't necessarily this committee, this was a TRW sponsored committee bill, and it was assigned to this committee by Speaker Barlow. So it's a little unorthodox, but the process does allow for those types of actions to take place. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, John. Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Real quick, first off, before I say anything else, where are we at? I believe I heard Representative Sweeney move the bill. Did somebody second it? So do we have it before us?
We do.
Okay. All right. I agree with Representative Jennings. I mean, I think that since it is before us, we need to take some form of action. But I appreciate and I like the intent of this legislation, and I think that there's that it has a lot of merit. I think that it is worthy of discussion, but that being said, that the current language as it stands is weak and it needs a lot of work. I certainly appreciate Mr. Brody, chiming in with some ideas on amendments, and I think that those are. If we want to discuss that now and try to adopt those and then bring it out on the floor and work it, that's certainly an option we have. But I honestly think that beyond that, there's going to be a lot more. There's going to be a lot more scrutiny on the floor, and I think that it just as it is currently written, I don't think that this bill is ready. I certainly came into this committee intending to support the bill, but having heard all of the testimony today from all sides, I just don't think that this is ready as it's written, although, again, I think that its intentions are good, but not in its current format.
Thank you, Representative Hunt. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I truly believe we can get through this. Presenting it on the floor will be challenging, but I think between our LSO staff and others that have presented testimony, I mean, from a business point of view, you heard from the trucking industry, you heard from petroleum marketers, you heard from the ranchers, you've heard from our outfitters and guides that they need this additional protection, let alone our tourism industry on top of that, between hotels, restaurants, and bars. And I'm afraid if we lay this back and don't, re-refer it, if we, with this awful times that we're having, and we're not meeting in person, hopefully we'll be able to meet in person in March. But if we delay action and don't take this next step, I'm afraid the whole thing's going to go down the tubes. And you've again heard that the Senate bill just doesn't quite get there. And I think we can get there, and with a little bit of effort.
Okay, thank you, Representative Winter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I would agree with Representative Sweeney, and I think we ought to heed Mr. Brody's recommendations on this bill and move it forward.
Okay, Representative Jennings.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I hope that my colleagues, representatives, have not misunderstood. It's for the very reason that I'd like to see this bill survive that I would move to table it and re-refer. I am not for tabling it to kill the bill. I think our best shot of getting this forward is to re-refer it, and that would be my motion, not to table indefinitely, not to postpone indefinitely, but to put it into a committee that actually, lawyers or health and labor, both of those are huge issues. And I just think that if we take this on this way, we're liable to lose the entire bill. And I would rather not, because I'd like to see our businesses have some level of protection. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Well, Representative Jennings, to that point, if you were suggesting then that we refer it to either Judiciary or Labor and Health, both those committees already have a great number of bills before them presently. We could run the risk of this bill in effect dying simply because they wouldn't have the time to take it up this late in the game. What are your thoughts on that?
Madam Chairman, that is a risk, but I think that this is important enough to the people of Wyoming that I would think that if our General Chair Lady would take it up with our presiding officer, having served on labor, that he would see the value in this bill and he would reassign it to one of those two committees, because it is important and I would hate to see us lose it. And I think it's worth re-referring. I'd agree with Representative Hunt that that's our best shot at making this go forward.
And Representative Jennings, you don't feel like this committee, that we have the wherewithal, so to speak, to see this thing through to the end?
Madam Chairman, I'm very hesitant to answer that question. I think this committee probably could. I would much rather have seen this taken up in the interim and have 3 meetings to go through that and provide more. I mean, we heard contradictory testimony today on the lawyer side of that, and then we also heard health people come in and say, hey, we like this, we'd like to be involved too, and don't cut us out. So it's a large can of worms that it's going to touch a lot of things, and we need to get it right. That's my opinion, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For sake of the people, though, we've just done 3 hours of testimony that we would recreate in a whole nother subcommittee. So we would slow another subcommittee down listening to the exact same things. Now, I believe there are 3 issues ahead of us. There are businesses that need protection. There are doctors that need protection. And there are lawyers who want work. And so we need to be careful how we deal with this. I understand that. But I believe we have the ability to make provisions through amendment to take care of doctors and health professionals. We have the ability to take care of businesses because we do have very good wording already in this for another subsection. And so I think really the issue we're going to deal with is the two sides of the lawyering issue, I feel. So that's the only real issue I see. I saw Miss Alexa Harris state that, Dr. Alexa Harris say that we are good to go with the health side if we leave that original statement in A. We heard the business side say they're for it if we can take that verbiage. So the only place that I'm really seeing kind of a sticky situation is still Senate File 19 versus House Bill 59. But I think that we are blessed with an immense amount of experience on this committee, and I think we should continue to try to get this one moving forward.
Representative Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to, I guess, because this is my first committee and I am a freshman, can you enlighten me, if we pass it forward, do we just then try to amend it on the floor to incorporate those discussions we've had here? How does that process work? Or if we table it, we don't have an upcoming scheduled meeting. Is that correct for TRW?
Correct. Representative Hunt, did you have a comment?
No, I apologize. I just sort of spontaneously threw my hand up on that. But I guess to that point, if I understand Representative Banks' question, if we go ahead and pass this out, whether it is amended today or not, yeah, we certainly have opportunity to make amendments on the floor. In fact, we'll have 3 readings to do that, assuming it survives the first one. But it just from a matter of practicality point, when a bill comes out of a committee and it is requires a great deal of fine tuning on the floor, it's often difficult to continue it moving forward without it having been torn to shreds by the rest of the body. And so I guess for the long-term survival of the bill, if we are going to try and move it forward, it would be best to amend it now to the best extent possible, and get it in as ship shape as we can before we present it to the rest of the body. Because otherwise, if it comes out and as the lingo of the House says, it's not ready for prime time, it will go down in a ball of fire. So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hunt. So John Brody, if you could come back on. So if we were to go ahead and work the bill and work in suggested amendments, we could then, having done that work, if we were to pass, or if we would to either take no action or to report it out of committee with no recommendation, would those amendments still stick, so to speak?
Madam Chairman, that is a pretty unorthodox approach. And I've just never encountered that happening where a bill is worked by the committee, but then ultimately nothing is done with the bill. So I apologize. I can try to look into that issue and get back to you, but I just don't have an answer.
So if we were at this point, then I think we need to decide as a committee what we want to do with this bill. Presently, we have moved the bill it is in front of us. We've not yet worked the bill. Is it appropriate for me then to ask the committee for a vote at this point, whether they would like to either take no action and re-refer, or report as a no recommendation and then refer it to another committee? Would that be appropriate for us to do that at this point, or do we need to rescind the motion that's on the table right now? You're muted.
I think I'd get the hang of this. Madam Chairman, I think the most appropriate thing would probably be for Representative Sweeney to withdraw his motion, for a new motion to be made that the bill be reported out of committee with no recommendation. And then once it gets back to the floor, it could be re-referred by leadership. The only, I guess, piece of maybe cautionary advice would be, I don't think re-referrals were really contemplated for this abbreviated first part of the session. And the provisions of the bill and when they become effective could come into play after the public health emergency has already been declared over. So there could be some difficulties there, but certainly it is an option available to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Brody. Okay, so Representative Sweeney.
I'm unwilling to withdraw, and I believe if you felt it appropriate, if we could allow both Mr. Brody to stay engaged with us, but also was it Mr. Cave or Crave? If he could also be allowed to work through this with us. I believe there are amendments that we can work through fairly quickly and get this thing taken care of and to everybody's satisfaction.
Okay, thank you, Representative Sweeney. So I feel like we're riding a bronc, and John Brody, you have got us snubbed up to your horse, so don't let go of the lead rope. All right, committee, Representative Sweeney, we have a motion on the floor, so let's work the bill. And John, would you be willing to walk us through the bill, please? And then we will insert our amendments as they arise.
Absolutely. So beginning on page 1, this is the bill title, and then it goes into the statute on line 13 that is being amended. As I noted, beginning on lines 1 and 2, it would be appropriate for the committee to remove the language providing for legislative findings as cleanup based on past committee action during the interim.
Representative Sweeney?
I'd like to make a motion to amend starting on line 1, deleting the word providing. On line 2, delete legislative findings.
Do I have a second?
And probably the apostrophe also.
Second from Representative Hunt. So it's moved by Sweeney, seconded by Hunt. All those in favor of the motion, please show by raising your hand. I see 9 ayes. Noes, please raise your hand. Motion passes. All right, Mr. Brody, please proceed.
John, you're muted.
Madam Chairman,
Yes,
beginning on page 2, line 1, this is essentially what we're doing is kind of removing the current way that subsection A operates and inserting a new process, a new type of applicability, and a new evidentiary standard and pleading requirement. So as you can see, beginning on lines 2 through 13, we're getting rid of a large part of the current statute. And then on 13, over to the next page onto line 2, page 3, line 2, we're inserting the new legal standard that will govern how these cases come before a court.
we have any amendments on page 2? Representative Sweeney?
Madam Chairman, if I could ask, is it possible, because I do believe Mr. Cave had ideas on how to make this all flow and work. And if he would be allowed as part of the process along with Mr. Brody.
Before we do that, John, the concern with subsection A was the removal of the deletion of that language then in effect would take it would take healthcare providers out of the mix, so to speak. So if we were to not remove that language, we're back to that discussion we just had previously about the definition of healthcare provider. Could you provide some clarity on subsection A if we were to not take out that stricken language?
Madam Chairman, yeah, I mean, and this is my takeaway of the testimony that was provided today. I believe it was kind of two-pronged. First being that, you know, healthcare provider is being removed from the language. I would say under a statutory interpretation that a healthcare provider would necessarily be included within what a person or entity is. So I don't know that that's so much a huge difficulty. My takeaway was that by eliminating this idea of good faith, you're complicating what the healthcare providers have to do when they're subjected to limited resources and limited ability to provide necessary services. And that when guidance is being provided to kind of deal with those limitations, that they're doing that in good faith and aren't going to incur liability by the mere fact they just don't have enough hospital beds, for example. So if I understood that testimony and then sort of the subsequent testimony by Mr. Cave and the others, the idea would be to simply take subsection A, leave it alone, potentially remove the reference to, on line 2, to other person, including a business or entity, have subsection A only speak to healthcare providers, and then in a new subsection, I guess it would be a new subsection D, we would basically just take all the new language or kind of language that's being preserved in subsection A, and that would be an entirely new red underlined subsection that applies to business entities with the new pleading standard, with the new particularity pleading standard and the new evidentiary standard. And then we would just simply make conforming amendments to what is now subsection D and E, and to say that the immunity provided now in this new subsection D is only applicable when, you know, the circumstances that are outlined in the current subsection D and subsection E. That's my understanding of what the healthcare providers testified to and what Mr. Cave outlined.
Representative Sweeney.
I'd make an amendment to just do what Mr. Brody suggested.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Banks, moved by Sweeney, seconded by Banks. John, is that clear enough to you? I mean, that particular amendment?
Madam Chairman, yeah, I think it's a pretty straightforward amendment. Again, any language that isn't crossed out in subsection A would be recreated as a new provision. So it would read similar to how you would kind of read this in the standard strike and underscore. But then basically everything in subsection A that is red underlined would be removed, and subsection A would remain the same, except for the fact that it would now only apply to healthcare providers. And then, you know, depending on additional committee action or action on the floor, you know, more guidance or sideboards on what a healthcare provider could be done. But that is not defined under this chapter.
Okay, and my question to you also in subsection, what is now subsection D on page 3, where you had suggested the housekeeping amendment to create Romanet I and double I. Would that be included in this amendment, or would we need to do that as well?
I would, Madam Chairman, I would defer to Representative Sweeney, but my thought was That is purely procedural. It's not functional or substantive. So I would anticipate that could easily be part of the amendment. It doesn't obviously change how the law would operate.
Okay, Representative Sweeney, would you consider that friendly?
I thought John said that. So.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Representative Haroldson, did you have a question?
Just real quick, whenever we take all that red underlined and throw it into the next subsection, we need to make sure to add in this immunity shall not apply to acts or omissions constituting gross negligence or willful or unwanted misconduct. So that applies into under businesses, because I believe that needs to be in there to protect people's rights as well as keep businesses intelligent. So we need to make sure that that goes in, John, underneath that, or I feel, at least just a thought.
And John?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That was my intent.
Okay, thank you. Representative Newsom?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm wondering on E, the alleged on line 14, substantial compliance. It was brought up in testimony that that's a higher standard than in good faith. So I'm wondering if we want to substitute in good faith for substantial compliance.
Madam Chairman, I don't want to step beyond my role, but I think a good argument can be made that if the committee retains what is currently subsection A in statute, that subsection E is no longer necessary. Because you have that good faith requirement in subsection A, this idea of substantial compliance with health orders and health guidance, I think becomes less important. But I would defer to the committee, obviously, on that is pure policy. It does create two different standards that a court may have a difficulty applying, however.
Representative Newsom?
I would prefer to keep the in good faith rather than a secondary compliance standard. So if that's how John interpreted the amendment, that's great with me.
Okay, Representative Sweeney?
So, John, when you talk about good faith in section A, so when we're moving the businesses to a new subsection, that good faith that's mentioned in subsection A then carries forward in statute and methodology within for businesses also, if that makes any sense.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, sir.
You know, Representative Sweeney, I think we'd be creating two different legal lanes depending on who you are. So the first lane would be the lane of good faith, and that would apply to healthcare providers. If they're acting in good faith, basically pursuant to the language in this subsection A that is stricken, then they would be granted immunity. Then good faith would be, that'd be only on healthcare workers. We then create this new subsection that applies to persons or business entities, and they would have what could be considered essentially blanket immunity, unless they have willful or wanton misconduct, or unless they can show that somebody through the particularized pleading that somebody violated their duty, and they were able to prove that by a preponderance of the evidence. So you have two different ways that people are being treated with the application of the immunity provision. I hope that helps.
And kind of, sort of, so is that your interpretation if we leave E in place as written, or just I'm just trying to get to one, not the substantial compliance, but to the good faith. So the businesses and healthcare workers would the healthcare industry would be treated the same, basically. If that makes sense.
Okay, so it all kind of depends on how the committee wants to move forward. As I'm understanding the amendment currently, businesses that aren't, healthcare providers are going to be treated under the good faith standard. And it's a question of fact. I think really that's a negligence standard. Was somebody acting reasonable? Were they acting in good faith when it came to the directives, when it comes to health orders? And then if you're a non-health provider, basically, then you have blanket immunity. And somebody that wants to bring an action against you has to show through particularity and prove that with clear and convincing evidence that you violated a duty that you owed. That duty can be different depending on the legal claim that is going to be raised before the court. But if it were kind of a negligence, it would be gross negligence, willful and wanton misconduct. So, with subsection E in the bill or without subsection E in the bill, the two types of people that are being given immunity are treated differently when it comes to how that immunity is going to be applied in a court of law.
Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. John, is that a good thing or a bad thing in a bill, though? I think that applying the same standards for both businesses, because that's what they are, and this is dealing with health in both instances, whether it's a business or whether it's medical. It's both dealing with health. Isn't it good to have that good faith in both sections so that you're applying the same standard to a health pandemic and the businesses involved?
John?
Madam Chairman, Representative Knapp, respectfully, it's a pure policy choice by this body. Whether you want to treat people differently when it comes to how to apply the law, it happens all the time. The example that was used today is when you bring a case alleging fraud. If you're alleging fraud, then you have a different set of rules that you have to play by when you bring that in a court of law. If you're raising a case that deals simply with a negligence lawsuit, the more kind of particularized requirements of a fraud claim don't apply. So the legislature in a number of ways has drawn the lines differently depending on the circumstances involved. I can say that by having this substantial compliance provision in subsection E and a good faith provision, if the committee were to go that way, I think would create some unsurety on what is intended by the legislation. So it'd probably be best to either pick substantial compliance or pick good faith. But again, that's just policy.
Representative Knapp?
Madam Chair, and that was my point. I would actually drop substantial compliance and add in good faith, because I think what's important too is when we're relying on government to set the standards, and those standards are sometimes very unclear, I think it's important for both business and the medical community to have that good faith to rely on when it comes to being liable.
So Representative Knapp, would you like to move that amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
So moved.
And do I have a second for Representative Knapp's motion? Yes, seconded by Representative Haroldson. So would you just like to restate your motion, Representative Knapp, and tell us exactly the line and the page, please?
Well, somebody's going to have to guide me through this, because
Madam
I
Chairman,
agree.
Point of order. I don't know the answer to this. We've already got one amendment kind of on the floor. Do we deal with that and then or I would look to John. I'm not quite sure.
Right. This is language kind of amendment within an amendment, so to speak.
Yeah.
John.
Yes. Yeah.
And I agree with I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I agree with the amendment going forward with John's recommendations, only adding that good faith be in both sections. So I'm not sure the procedure to go forward with this.
Madam Chairman. I guess I'm a little unsure on what the committee is intending in the amendment. Is the idea to retain how current statute stands in subsection A and then create a new provision that applies to business entities? Because if that's the case, then I'm not sure that subsection E is really even necessary. And if the committee decides that it is, then we can certainly, I can amend the language to try and essentially duplicate the standard that's in subsection A. But again, I don't know to what effect that would necessarily be.
And so John, just for my clarification then, so because you said whether we kept or deleted subsection E, we're still creating two standards within the language of the bill itself. And so I think Representative Knapp is just trying to make sure that we're not creating two standards, that we're looking at these both in terms of in good faith and not creating a higher standard with the language of substantial compliance. So I guess tell us how we, and Representative Knapp, correct me if I'm not, if I'm speaking out of turn.
Madam Chair, you're correct. And John, I agree. If you want to do away entirely with subsection E, I would just like to have somewhere in your section B, subsection B, that same language of good faith.
Representative Newsom, do you have a question?
I'm back to, if we just leave this alone, reinstate all of the subsection A language, if we've covered what we want to cover. Because it says persons including a business or entity. We're acting in good faith, that it provides for immunity. So I'm kind of have come full circle to, do we need this bill?
Madam Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Kind of in line with that, I mean, if it were the will of the committee to kind of retain the system as it currently stands with this idea of good faith, you could still include the heightened pleading requirement, for example, where they have to particularly state what acts or omissions were the basis for their cause of action. So that's something that can be done if the committee wants. But I mean, the bill necessarily chooses a different path for how immunity is going to be granted. So I don't necessarily think we can either put a tighter fence around the immunity that's going to be given to businesses under the good faith, or we can try to broaden or expand the fence to include healthcare providers somehow and have the blanket immunity apply to them under the current wording. I guess it's just a policy decision for the committee.
Well, committee, we have a motion on the floor presently. It was moved by Sweeney and seconded by Banks. And I think we'll let, unless there's additional language included with that motion that carries on to page 4, we need to deal with the motion that's on the floor. Do we have further questions? Representative Haroldson?
And I'll withdraw my second because it was out of protocol or out of line.
Oh, were you the second on that? I apologize.
No, I was the second on the other amendment. Sorry.
On the amendment within the amendment. Okay.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, yes.
That's fine.
Madam Chair, would it be appropriate for me to withdraw my motion as well?
Sure, that's fine. Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor, committee. Is everybody clear on that motion? Okay. All those in favor of Representative Sweeney's motion, please vote aye by raising your hand. 6, 7. I have 7 ayes. All those opposed, same sign. I have 1 opposition and we have lost Representative Hunt. So motion passes. John, are you still with us?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay. Starting with section 2 on page 3, let's carry on through the rest of the bill.
Okay, so section 2 is just simply an applicability provision, making it clear that this bill is retroactive. So because the triggering mechanism is the declaration of a public emergency, the date of March 13th was inserted into the bill because that is the date that the governor declared a public emergency, and thus that's how the immunity applies. So it would take, I guess if you change that date, it really won't do a whole lot other than kind of perhaps muddy the waters on how this bill works, because it's really the public health emergency that's driving the action. So again, section 2, just a simple applicability provision.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Sweeney.
So the only reason, and I think Representative Haroldson had a very good point earlier on, a couple of hours ago, about the date. I was going off of, I think it's South Dakota or Montana, may have used that January 1st date. But in our case, I think that we should leave the March 13th, being that's the date it was declared. So
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. John, go ahead.
Madam Chairman, then section 3 is just making the bill effective immediately so that all concerned parties know what the law is as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you, John. We appreciate your help immensely. Representative Sweeney.
So thank you, Madam Chairman. So John, in your mind, is there anything else in here that we just really, I've mocked up that maybe you need more clarity on in your mind after listening to testimony and everything combined?
Madam Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Representative Sweeney, I don't think so. I mean, maybe if I restate the amendment, this would be a good time to let me know if I've gone left instead of right when it comes to some of the provisions and the intent of the committee. First and foremost, we would delete providing legislative findings in the bill title, pure housekeeping. There would obviously be some conforming amendments that would go along with these changes. I won't go into all those, but then the bill as it's been amended so far would retain subsection A as it currently sits in statute. However, it would only apply to healthcare providers. There would be a new subsection D inserted into the bill that would be basically the language that isn't stricken in the current subsection A, and that would apply to persons and business entities. Then subsections D, current D, would have 2 Romanettes, and the verbiage that is in D currently and E currently would fall under that and would apply only to the new subsection D, which speaks to immunity for persons and business entities. That is my understanding of the committee's action so far.
That is how I understand it as well. Committee, do you have further questions? Representative Sweeney?
No, I actually called for the question.
Okay, Representative Newsom had a question.
Is this a substantial enough change to entertain a substitute bill?
John?
Madam Chairman, I don't think a substitute bill is necessary really, but I mean, all we're doing is taking the essence of what the new subsection A is and putting that into a new subsection. And then the remainder of the bill pretty much stays the same, only that the subsection A currently in statute is essentially retained for the most part. So I don't think a substitute bill is necessary, but it's committee's prerogative.
Committee, what's your pleasure?
Call for the question.
Okay, question having been called, staff, would you please Call for our votes, please. Hi, Ryan.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the vote is on House Bill 59 as amended. Representative Banks,
Aye.
Representative Harrelson,
Aye.
Representative Hunt,
Aye.
Representative Jennings,
No.
Representative Knapp,
Aye.
Representative Newsom,
Aye.
Representative Sweeney,
Aye.
Representative Winter,
Aye.
Madam Chair.
Aye.
8 aye, 1 no, Madam Chairman. Motion carries.
Okay. Committee, that is a do pass. It is 4:47 PM. Let's take a 5-minute break and then we will come back to House Bill 66.
Madam Chairman, do we have a hard stop at 5:30 or can we?
I believe we do have a hard stop at 5:30, so we need to keep rolling.
Okay.
Please mute your
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
are we going to be doing House Bill 60 or House Bill 66?
House Bill 66. So, do we have a quorum? We do not yet. I appreciate everybody. Thanks. Hi. Okay, I think we'll proceed. I know that Bob Budd, I will go ahead and we'll bring him into the room. So we will reconvene this meeting, and you have before us committee House Bill 66, which is the 2021 large project funding bill that came to us from the Select Natural Resources Funding Committee and re-referred to this committee for our review. And we've had an introduction to this committee by Mr. Budd, and he's now joined our committee meeting. And so, Mr. Budd, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. We'll try to expedite your process here a little bit. I sent a memo out last week to kind of give, for those who had not been on the committee, a little background information. And I apologize that over the weekend, it's one of those deals that nags at you until you finally go look, and I realized the numbers were wrong. But the bill is very simple. It's legislative approval for the work that the board has reviewed, the select committee has reviewed, and has recommended for funding. There are 3 projects. 2 of them are the 2 of the highest priority wildlife crossings in the state, one in Sublette County and one in Johnson County. And the other is a continuation of our effort, which is an outgrowth, Madam Chairman, you'll recall from the Governor's Invasive Species Initiative. The highest priority is to stop Medusa Head and Ventenata in the northern part of the state, and we've been very aggressive on that. So they're very, very simple, straightforward projects. I would ask that that someone recommend the amendments, because those were just an error on my part in forgetting to count the amount that's been donated to date, which we match. So that's what that was. But Madam Chairman, I think I've given you an explanation in writing, and I will stop there. If people have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Budd, or Director Budd, rather. Committee, do you have a question for Director Budd at this point? Representative Sweeney?
So thank you, Madam Chairman. So I am uncertain exactly where the numbers would fit in. Hopefully, and I understand the projects, but I just want to make sure when we are up for amendments that you might be around to make sure we put them in the exact spot that they need to see, unless staff or the chairman understands.
I've got the amendments, Representative Sweeney, and when we walk through the bill, I think we'll be able to plug them in. I think it's pretty explanatory.
Okay, thank you.
Committee and Director Budd, do you know if you have anybody else? I guess I do see Jess Johnson with Wyoming Wildlife would like to be allowed to provide some testimony to this bill. But before we do that, committee, any further questions from Director Budd at this point? Okay. And
Madam Chairman.
yes, sir.
Angie Bruce with the Game and Fish Department is in the waiting room. If we need details, she certainly can provide those from the Game and Fish perspective, but I don't know that would be if there is a question. So
thank you.
You bet.
Ms. Johnson, thank you.
Madam Chairman and members of the committee, I'm Jess Johnson. I'm with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. You'll probably be seeing a lot of me in the upcoming years. I tend to spend a lot of time in front of this committee. I just wanted to say a brief few things with it is that this bill is just so critically important. The wildlife crossing work, as I'm sure you all know and have all heard about, is just this positive movement forward. We have a solution to a problem. Now we're just having to make sure that we keep building the snowball of funding. I think especially in the case of the Casey to Buffalo allocation, this project has already started to reduce costs by focusing on wildlife fencing and utilizing existing underpass structures, which is incredibly effective. And I think this shows a true commitment to using these funding dollars as efficiently as possible, especially in times like these. Also with the invasive species work, I think that again, with the extension of the governor's programs, this is just cost effective and efficient to deal with this problem as soon as possible rather than putting it off until the project becomes larger and less manageable. Again, we stand in really firm support of this. I won't belabor any of the facts or issues around wildlife crossings, as I'm sure you all have heard them, but I just wanted to say thank you for your work, and I look forward to talking with you all a lot more. We would just really hope that you pass this bill with the amendments probably that Bob Budd would like.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any questions for Ms. Johnson? Okay, thank you for your testimony. And so I believe Angie's here just to answer any questions that the committee might have, unless she would like to offer a comment at this time. You have Angie, your mic is on. If you'd like to say something, go ahead. She is not. Okay. So committee, what's your pleasure?
Move the bill, Madam Chairman.
Moved by Representative Hunt. It's seconded by Representative Sweeney. And let's move through the bill. So page 1 is very self-explanatory. Moving on to page 2, it's just definitions. B is the authority to grant the funds for the large projects. And then beginning on page 2, line 15, that is your very first large project, which is the Dry Piney Mule Creek crossing. It speaks to the sponsor on line 17, the purpose on line 20, moving on to page 3. Then continuing on, it's speaking to the purpose of the project. And on line 11, page 3, it gives you a description. Line 14 is the total project budget. And so at this point, Director Budd, we're dealing with 2 separate numbers now. We've got on Romanet 4 and Romanet 5, lines 14 and 18, we have a total project budget, and then we have project budget. You had sent us an amendment with a new dollar amount. Where would that new dollar amount be planted?
Madam Chair, the total project budget is what the total thing is going to cost. That's a reference that for the body to understand that the state is not paying for that whole thing. The number that needs to be amended is in Romanet V5.
Mm-hmm.
That number needs to be what was it, 699 instead of 349.5.
Okay.
So and again, to explain, we've taken that much in contributions from the private sector, Greater Yellowstone Coalition, the Wildlife Fund, and others, and so we match that based on the allocation of resources from the legislature. We match that 1 for 1. So the number needs to reflect both what they put in and what we would match. Okay.
So then on line 20, committee, that dollar amount, it says would be changed from $349,500. That would change to $699,000. Correct, Director Budd?
Correct. And then you do the same thing in Romanet 6. So in the project grant and the appropriations, and I apologize, Madam Chairman, my bill doesn't show the lines when I pull it up. So I don't have your line numbers, but it'd be Romanet 5 and 6. That number needs to be changed to 699.
Representative Sweeney?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make an amendment, page 3, line 20, and delete the 349,500 and insert $699,000 in a second part of that is goes to page 4, line 3, with conforming language that also represents the deletion of 349,500 as is spelled out on line 2 and 3, excuse me, and insert 699,000 as applicable on those lines.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Newsom. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please vote by raising your hand. I have 8 ayes. Oh, 9 ayes. Okay. And opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right, let's move on then to page 4, beginning on line 9. Thus begins the large project number 2, which is the KC Buffalo Mule Deer Crossing. It goes on to speak to the sponsor. Line 14 is the purpose. Moving on to page 5, beginning on line 8, total project budget. That dollar amount would be changed from on line 9 per Director Bud's suggestion. Do I have a motion to change that dollar amount? Representative Haroldson?
I would make a motion to change that dollar amount, and I believe it's from the 885 to the 1,020,000. That is correct.
Do I have a second? Representative Banks seconded. So it's been moved and seconded then on page 5, line 9, the dollar amount would change.
It's actually 9 lines 12, 13, 17, and 18 as I read it. I think
You're right, Representative Sweeney. I was looking at the total project dollar amount and not the project grant. So would you like to amend your motion then, Representative Haroldson? My mistake.
The motion would be for the, I don't have the line.
You had it right. You had the 885, which is on line 13, right?
885, it'll be line, it'd be 30.
Right, and then conforming language.
Yeah.
Right, okay, all right, it's been moved and seconded. Is the amendment clear, committee? Okay, all those in favor, please vote by raising your hand. Okay, 9 ayes, opposed, same sign. Do pass. All right, let's carry on. Page 6, top of page 6, line 1 begins large project number 3, the Sheridan Walk-in Area Invasive Species 2 project. And again, it walks us through every point of that project. Carrying on to page 7. Do I have a motion to adjust the project amount as per Director Bud's suggestion?
So moved.
I didn't hear who said that. I apologize.
It was me. So moved.
Representative Banks has moved to amend the dollar amount. Could you please state that, please, Representative Banks?
You bet. So it'd be changing from editing to the 749,856.
Specify the line number exactly, Representative Banks.
So we are sorry, my mouse just moved. Looks like lines 11, 12 on page 7.
Mhm,
So just in the one spot on this one, yeah.
mhm. Yes,
So 11 and 12 on page 7, from 150,000 to 749,856.
okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Director Bud.
it would be in section 4. I think that's I think we're in the wrong section, the 150. You should amend the 324,608, the total project cost.
Okay, all right. So
Madam Chair.
Romanet 4. So that would be lines 2 and 3 on page 7. Representative Banks.
Yes, I would edit my amendment then. So lines 2 and 3 from 324,608 to 749,856.
Okay,
I would second that.
seconded by Sweeney, moved by Banks, seconded by Sweeney. Questions, committee?
Just is there anything else in this particular section that needs change? The 150,000 still stands, correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct. And it might just be worth explaining why those numbers are all different. It's because the project was started a year ago. We're adding money this time. So the total project grant is 330, but the amount this year is only 150. They've
Okay.
previously gotten money. So it is a large project anytime it goes over 100 by statute. So we have to run it through as a large project. It runs the total project budget up, but the appropriation is just the amount that we're putting in this year. I hope that's clear.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes, thank you.
did we vote on that motion?
No,
We
No.
did not. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 9 ayes. Opposed, same sign. Do pass. Okay, and then moving on, the section 2 are all of the repealers, and those are all of the previous large projects that were funded, and I'm assuming, Director Bud, those projects have been completed and hence the need for their repeal.
Madam Chair, that's correct. And I think after next year, you should never have to do this again. We'll have them all cleaned up.
Very good. Okay, and then moving on to page 8 is section 3, which just shows that it goes into effect immediately upon completion of all acts necessary, et cetera, et cetera. Committee, do you have any questions?
call for the question.
Question having been called for, staff, would you please ask for our votes? Thank you, Director Bud.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, you're voting on House Bill 66 as amended. Representative Banks.
Aye.
Representative Haroldson.
Aye.
Representative Hunt.
Aye.
Representative Jennings.
Aye.
Representative Knapp.
Aye.
Representative Newsom.
Aye.
Representative Sweeney.
Aye.
Representative Winter.
Aye.
And Madam Chair.
Aye.
9 ayes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ryan. And Representative Hunt, would you be willing to carry this? I guess this will be probably a re-referral then, won't it, to appropriations?
Madam Chair, if I may, I was going to finish with that. It does need to be re-referred, so
But that said, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to carry this once it gets to the floor.
Very good. Thank you, sir. All right. How's our time? Ryan, can we dive into our last bill?
Madam Chair, I believe your direction was to have a hard stop at 5:30. So you do have one more bill, House Bill 60, on that you've noticed for today's meeting, but it's certainly at your pleasure.
Well, I have Chief King, I think, is here to provide some testimony. Committee, what do you think? Do you want to go ahead and proceed with this bill? Okay, let's keep rolling then. So you have before you now House Bill 60, wild game rendering in edible portions. And this in essence would allow, it would require a change to allow for parts of the animal that, what's the term, Representative Winter, when you process a wild game, then they want, there you go, the inedible parts. It would, we have a small business that is interested in taking those inedible portions and converting them into dog food. And so as it says here, it says it's this would amend regulatory or wildlife provisions relating to the sale, disposition, or acquisition of specified portions of wild bison and wild game animals, providing a definition, and then granting rulemaking authority, making conforming amendments, and providing for an effective date. And this was brought to us by Representative Wharf during the interim. We worked it on our last committee day. And so I'll do my best to try to just walk you through this as best as I can recall. On page 2, it will say that no person shall sell, barter, and then it deletes and then it says dispose of for pecuniary consideration or advantage, et cetera, et cetera. And then on line 4, it adds or wild bison. And then as you see, beginning on line 7 through line 15, it adds a new subsection B. And we can go through the bill in more detail if you'd like, but I'd like at this point to bring in Chief King with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department to just talk to us a little bit about why the statute is written the way it is today and what it would mean, and speak to us a bit about chronic wasting disease, which is an issue with large game animals, specifically mule deer and elk. So I see your name, Chief King, but you are muted and I don't see your, there you are. Thanks for joining us, Chief King. I appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you. I realize it's towards the end of a long day, and I appreciate all the work you've gone through today. So I'll touch quickly on chronic wasting disease and the information there that I think is important for decision makers. So chronic wasting disease is in the same family of diseases.
Chief King,
as other transmitted diseases, which are different. Can you hear me okay?
We're not hearing.
So those diseases are different than a bacteria. How about now? Can you hear me okay?
Sure, go ahead. You were freezing up a little bit before, but.
Okay. Chronic wasting disease is a prion disease that's been spreading across the state for quite a while, slowly but steadily. It's a disease that affects deer, elk, and moose. It's a similar disease to mad cow disease in cattle and scrapie and sheep, and also Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease in humans. So these diseases are, there is no known cure for them. They're always fatal. There's no known vaccine or cure. And we know that these infectious prions or proteins can persist in the environment for a long time. They're very difficult to inactivate those prions and reduce their infectivity rate. So with that, our best defense right now is to prevent the spread of the disease any more than it is occurring naturally, and also to minimize any further contamination in the environment. And so, as this bill was discussed back in December, you'll recall that we had some discussion regarding chronic wasting disease. And the way this bill is currently written, it would direct any person who wanted to sell, barter, or dispose of an inedible portion of a big game animal would be subject to any other applicable state or federal statutes or regulations. I think that's very important, so that we currently have regulations in place now that prevent the transportation of certain parts of deer, elk, and moose. And those regulations are, again, in place to help prevent the spread of chronic wasting disease. So with that, I'd stand for any questions that you might have.
So Chief King, if I recall correctly, with chronic wasting disease, the only way that you can kill that prion is at a very, very high temperature, an incineration type temperature. If, for instance, someone were to take the inedible portions and convert them into dog food, is there a risk of transfer of the disease through the dog food that was created from the inedible portions?
Madam Chair, that's a great question, and you're correct in that the rendering process, the process that a person would go through to convert those inedible portions to dog food or other products would not render those prions inactive. And so there is the potential that if they enter into that process, those infective parts enter into the rendering process, they could be spread widely. And again, that's of significant concern as we watch this disease move across our state and really in a lot of other states and places as well.
And Chief King, can you just tell for my sake and as well as the committees, in terms of industry, what is the big game hunting industry? Do you have any stats on what that means to the state of Wyoming?
Madam Chair, another good question. I know there's been several different studies. I think most recently the Wyoming Guides and Outfitters commissioned a study with Southwick and Associates, and as I recall, they estimated big game hunting in Wyoming to be something in the order of a $300 million industry, and so certainly it's of economic impact or consideration in the state for us to look after our big game populations, and certainly beyond the economic impact, the most folks live in Wyoming because of the opportunities that are here in regards to outdoor activities, including hunting big game. So thank you.
Chief King, do wild bison not carry the prion?
Madam Chair, that's another excellent question. And to date, we haven't detected it in bison. We've detected it in mule deer, white-tailed deer, elk, and in one moose.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions? Representative Newsom.
Thank you. Director King, what are the testing requirements for big game?
Chief King.
Madam Chair, Representative Newsom. So good question. So as of right now, hunters are not required to test their harvested big game animal for chronic wasting disease. We certainly encourage it, and we go to great lengths to provide that opportunity for hunters to have their animal tested, but there is no requirement for a person to submit a sample. We do have a regulation within Game and Fish Commission regulations that could allow for the department to institute mandatory testing, but to date, we've tried to encourage voluntary testing across the state and have not gone down the road of mandatory testing yet, but there is a provision in regulation to provide for mandatory testing.
Further questions by the committee for Chief King, Representative Haroldson.
So obviously they're adding, sorry, Madam Chair, thank you. Chief King, they're adding bison in here. Are they wanting to use bison to do this, or are they wanting to use all wild game? Because I almost see like maybe we have two issues here.
Chief King.
Madam Chair, Representative Haroldson, I think that the reason bison are separated out is under statutory definitions. Big game includes certain species, but wild bison are not included in there. And so I think it's just a matter of ensuring that bison is captured within this statute as something that they would like to be able to use in the rendering process, because just the definition of big game alone wouldn't capture wild bison.
Representative Winter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Chief King, I was wondering if, is the department totally against this proposal by the, in this bill because of the CWD? And if that's the case, is this an effort in futility?
Chief King.
Madam Chair, Representative Winter, again, I would not characterize our concern as being totally against this. Our concern is just that we continue to have the means and tools necessary to keep parts of deer, elk, and moose out of the rendering process to minimize the chance of the spread of chronic wasting disease. That's our concern. And I would say that as this is written with the reference to existing rules and regulations, that is provided for in this bill.
Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Does Mr. King, does any other state currently allow what this bill proposes, and or anything similar to that?
Chief King.
Madam Chair, Representative Hunt, a good question. I know a lot of states have tried to get on board in terms of having similar regulations in regards to transporting infected or potentially infected parts of wildlife across the country. So for example, our neighboring state, Utah, they prohibit the importation of certain parts of big game animals from Wyoming, because Wyoming is a known positive state. So I don't know specifically each state's regulations, but I do know that a good number of states are on board in terms of trying to minimize that transportation of potentially infected animals across states.
Further questions of Chief King? Okay. Oh, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Chief King, if these counties are all the same or adjacent to each other and they have CWD in them, in these animals, is there a way for this company that's requesting this, can they have that particular carcass tested, and how expensive is it? Or is it, no, I guess that's my question. How expensive is that, and would that be feasible to do?
Chief King.
Madam Chair and Representative Winter, so currently right now, we encourage and facilitate individual hunters to get their big game animals tested, and we don't charge for that. So if we collect a sample, or if a hunter collects the appropriate sample and gets it to us, our vet lab in Laramie will test that free of charge. If an individual wants to go on their own and have a sample tested at the vet lab, I believe the cost is about $25 to $30. And just to add, I would include that currently we're testing in the neighborhood of about 6,000 samples or so. We do have the capacity to do more than that. We've ensured that our lab has the capacity to meet hunter demands for chronic wasting disease testing.
Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, but as I'm reading this, this would do more than just hunting. I mean, conceivably, could they just go down alongside the road and pick up roadkill and render it?
Chief King.
Madam Chair, Representative Jennings, a good question. So again, under this statute with reference to current regulations, our current regulations require that certain parts, the head and spinal column of deer, elk, and moose, either are left in the field or end up in a landfill. And in regards to picking up roadkill for this process, that currently isn't allowed under existing statutes. So I would view this as currently, this would refer to hunter harvested animals that would be involved in this process.
Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Chief King, what is the process? So if I hunt and get an animal and then I decide I want to have it tested, I send a sample, and what is the time frame to get that information back, and what documentation do you provide to the hunter?
Chief King.
Madam Chair, Representative Newsom, great question. So what the department does is we provide instruction, or our employees will collect the sample. Typically, we collect a lymph node from the harvested animal, and then that sample is delivered to our lab in Laramie, which is housed in conjunction with the state vet lab. Our turnaround time on that testing is fairly quick. We try to run those samples just as quick as we can. We tell folks that they should plan on about 2 weeks turnaround time to hear results back. But in many cases, we're processing those samples quicker because our lab over there is really efficient. We're having folks work the hours necessary to get those turned around as quick as possible. So those results are provided in a confidential manner via our website. So a person receives basically a tracking number, and then they can go onto our website and check the results of the sample that they submitted.
Okay, so committee, further questions for Chief King? We have 4 people who have waited to speak to this committee. So committee, with your approval, I would like to allow them to speak since they have waited, and we want to hear their testimony. I think it's really important that we do that. And so at this point, I'd like to allow all of them into the room. And we will hear first from Angie Bruce. And keep in mind, there's a bit of a delay. I think that's why it'll take them a second. So Angie, you'll be first to speak. You are muted. There you go. No, you're muted again, Angie.
Hi, Madam Chair. This is Angie Bruce, Deputy Director, Wyoming Game and Fish. We don't have any comments right now. We're just here in support of Chief King if there's any additional questions. So,
thank you, Angie. I appreciate it. So Sheila Bush. And Sheila, you are muted and we cannot see you. Catherine Wilkinson, you'll be up next, and then Jess Johnson, you'll be the last to speak to this committee today. And if Sheila's unprepared at this point, Catherine Wilkinson, would you be available at this point to speak to the committee? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the committee, I apologize. I was just monitoring the rest of the meeting and stayed on with this link rather than YouTube with the delay. So I do not have any comments on the subject, and apologies for the confusion.
No problem. No problem. Thank you, Catherine. And so Jess Johnson, go ahead and address the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just keep it really quick and sort of reiterate the concern around CWD. And as long as there's sort of a thing in there, and as Chief King said, that it is in their rules and regulations that they can test for it, I think we feel better about it. The primary concern, though, was the spread of CWD. So I just reiterate it. Obviously, it's something we all care about, but that's it. I'll just stand for questions or let you guys end this meeting.
So Jess, are you opposed, or you just really don't have any?
We don't have an issue with this bill as it, as long as those CWD concerns are fine and good. So it's just a re-emphasis on that. But yeah, we're not opposed to this bill.
Okay, all right. And Sheila Bush, are you still wanting to address this committee?
Madam Chair, I believe that's the same situation as it was for Catherine Mohenson.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate it. So committee, on page 2, lines 7 through 15, and Representative Jennings, to speak to what your question was about possibility of somebody picking up roadkill. It does say on line 10 that it says a big game animal or wild bison lawfully taken by a licensed hunter. I think that language would definitely disallow roadkill to be used in this endeavor. So committee, what's your pleasure? Any other questions before I ask that, I guess? So what is your pleasure? Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do wish we would have someone, the person requesting this, I wish they could be here to talk to us about what they're really wanting or intending for this. I struggle with the fact we get a one side, and not that anyone's really opposed to it, but we really don't even, I mean, we know a business wants this, but I don't know what the extent or how they're intending to accommodate these carcasses, if they've already been tested, if they're through a processing plant. I just feel like there's a lot of unknowns. So at this point, I struggle with the concept of voting on this.
Right. And I can tell you that there was a small business in a community in the southwest part of the state that was wanting to take these inedible portions and in essence convert them to dog food. I'm assuming there's probably a marketing strategy in the use of big game animal and wild bison for dog food. I can assume that is their reasoning. Nothing would preclude them right now today in taking inedible portions of any animal that's legally processed in the state in terms of domestic animal or antelope, which do not carry the prion and they don't carry the chronic wasting disease. So those issues were of great concern to former Representative Haley, who was also a former game warden with this particular bill. And in the interim, he was a no on this bill, specifically because of the concerns related to chronic wasting disease and what it could mean to the state of Wyoming if we were to pass that disease across state lines. Further questions, committee? Representative Jennings?
Madam Chairman, so along those lines, was there testimony? I mean, why wild game? I mean, why don't they go to their local processing plant and just, I mean, there's lots of inedible parts.
Right.
Was there testimony to that?
Well, Representative Haley did ask that question. And I don't have anywhere in my notes what their response was. So Representative Knapp.
Madam Chair, I was present at that interim meeting, and they just had a simple answer of the quality. They wanted the quality of big game versus the other animals.
Thank you. Representative Newsom?
I believe that it may be that hunters will give them these inedible parts and then they can process them and resell them. which would, in this, it says that you can sell and barter and dispose. And in section A, it says you can't sell, barter, or dispose. So I think the vision is that they may get the inedible portions for free and then be able to process them and sell them.
And Representative Newsom and Representative Knapp, as you guys recall, I know that personally speaking, you know, we saw this as an opportunity for new business and job opportunities. And so I know that was why I voted. I was an I vote to move it out of committee from our interim work. And Representative Winter too, you may have an opinion on that as well. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. And you're right, I did vote for that for the same reason that you did. But it looks to me like in order to do this correctly, about the only way we could approve this type of activity is if there's a provision where they have to get the animal tested before they ever process it.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Representative Knapp?
Madam Chair, and I think it's a matter of industries. There was a very small group that was looking at doing this, a small business trying to keep their employees basically employed through the other months of the year. But I look at the risk and unintended consequences of passing legislation, and we have a thriving industry in the gaming industry in Wyoming, and I would hate to put it at risk for a small endeavor. So,
okay. Further questions, comments, committee? So again, what is your pleasure? I have a motion. All right, seeing that I do not have a motion or a second, then it dies for a lack of a motion. What is the exact language, John, on this? If we don't have or Representative Hunt?
Madam Chairman, I don't have any further comment on this other than to say I don't hate the bill, but I think that it's I just don't think that I can see any interest to. So
right,
you know, and it's suffering in ours too.
It just dies for a lack of a motion and a second to move it. Correct?
Sorry, yes, that's correct. I wasn't paying attention. That yeah.
Right. Been a long day. All right, committee. Well, it is 5:40 and I appreciate everybody. Chief King, thank you so much for sticking with us throughout the day and providing your testimony. We appreciate this very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. And I want to thank everybody from the public and who provided testimony today to this committee. I especially want to thank John Brody and Ryan Frost and Katie Talbot, our staff who helped us facilitate this. Bravo to you all. Thank you. Thanks everybody for your patience and good work today. And we'll see you next week in session. Have a good evening.
Good job, Chairman Flintner.
Yep.
Great job. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good night, everybody.
In the future, Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
when I don't do protocol right, stop me. I know I'm bad at that. So just be like, tweet, you got to do this. I give you full permission.
You were
Me
fine.
too.